What's that mean?
We're Team Teskey.
Teskey's has beautiful flowers. Flowers for sun, flowers for shade, perennial flowers that come back every year. Fill your yard with flowers from Teskey's and grow some vegetables. Who has everything you need to keep your summer beautiful?
We're Team Teskey.
Keep your summer beautiful. Teskey's, Bettendorf, and Moline. Teskey's, where homes come to life.
Smart buying decisions are made at Majeski Motors.
Save thousands on Carfax guaranteed top quality pre-owned from Majeski Motors. Right now, choose from a 2012 Nissan Sentra, a 2014 Ford Focus, or a 2014 Chevy Impala. All with low miles and factory warranty. Only $12,987 or just $189 a month with zero down.
Majeski Motors in Sterling, Illinois, and MajeskiMotors.com. Your smart choice for pre-owned vehicles.
Stretch your income tax dollars till they explode with savings at Harold's Furniture in Rock Falls. Purchase anything in the store today and receive 12 months, no interest. It's time to rejuvenate your living room, dining room, or bedroom, and then get 12 months, no interest on everything in the store. Also save on twin mattresses starting at just $99. Hurry in today and see how you can stretch your income tax dollars at Harold's Furniture.
Corrupt Crimes, weekdays at 5 p.m., followed by Judge Faith at 5:30 on MyTV 8-3 and Mediacom Channel 716.
Bones, next Friday at 8/7 Central on My Network TV.
Very windy tonight here in San Francisco. AT&T Park, the site of Cubs baseball. It's the Hyundai leadoff man prior to the Cubs and the Giants. And great to have you with us. A late night of Cubs baseball here on WGN. Along with Jim DeShays, I'm Len Casper. It'll be Jake Arrieta against Jake Peavy. More on the pitching matchup a little later. Cubs have been really good against everybody. So-so in 8 games, though, against the National League West.
Yeah, for whatever reason. It probably doesn't mean a whole lot. It's a fairly small sample, but they've lost home series to both the Padres and the Rockies. 2 teams not expected to do a whole lot. So look at their first look at the Giants here tonight. You see the divisional breakdown. Very good within the NL Central. 16-5, even though they did just drop 2 out of 3 to the Brewers in Milwaukee.
And the Cubs have played their best baseball against the better teams, and a lot of people think this could be a rematch coming up here in October.
Oh, such a big series between these 2 teams last August when the Cubs swept the Giants in 4. The Giants are playing great baseball right now. Their pitching has turned a corner, so it should be a very exciting weekend here in San Francisco.
All right, much more to come as we get you set for Game 1 of this 3-game series, the Cubs and the Giants. Coming up.
More than 2 million men and women have served in our military since 9/11. Now, many of them are transitioning back into civilian life. They're considering career options, writing resumes, starting businesses.
They don't see the consequences to it. They're hurting real people.
We have to pay our bills on time, but some Illinois lawmakers seem to think they can be deadbeats.
Because they have a blank check from the taxpayers.
WQAD News 8 is staying on top of what isn't happening in Springfield, digging into why they've racked up nearly $1 billion in late fees. Holding politicians accountable for how they spend your money. Hard work, determination. It's what we stand for at WQAD News 8.
People often ask me, they're like, Jim, your dad brand's so strong. What can I do? The most important thing I've taught my children is that they have to do things themselves. I don't want my kids to be part of this lazy culture that doesn't do things. That's why I bring them out here and I beat them at tennis. Probably the best gift I could give my children is to have them lose to me. That's what a dad brand's about.
Get 0% APR financing plus $1,000 bonus cash for current owners of FCA vehicles on the all-new 2017 Pacifica.
Ready to take a Brood tour of your own? Then you can't leave home without the Brood Passport.
It's chock full of deals, sure to please craft beer lovers. Go to the deals page at WQAD.com. Order yours, take it to a participating location, stamp it, and save. A portion of the passport you buy goes to the Quad City Animal Welfare Center. Get the Brewed Passport and let your craft beer adventure begin. And please drink responsibly.
These battling exes are back.
You said you couldn't take the polygraph last time.
Can I say something about that?
No, Joe, no, you may not. Stop.
Did you say he passed the test because he cheated?
It was more like, did you? It wasn't, I did.
So the answer is yes.
Your neighbor is here.
I don't care to see her or talk to her. No, that's not fair to me.
You'll at least hear what she says.
I don't care to hear it. She already lied the first time. What's the point?
All meet Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil, Monday at 3 on WQAD News 8.
Get ready for the 19th annual Quad Cities Marathon presented by Triumph Community Bank, Sunday, September 25th. Brought to you by these fine sponsors.
.com. Big baseball weekend. Yankees are playing the A's over in Oakland, while the Cubs and the Giants kicking off a 3-game set. And the Cubs have the best record in all of baseball, but the Giants can make the claim they're the hottest team in baseball. They've won 8 in a row.
Yeah, including 7 consecutive on the road. The pitching has led the way during this hot stretch for the Giants. Starters in particular, 5-0 with a 1.34 ERA. They got back-to-back complete games in their 3-game sweep of San Diego. Bumgarner and Cueto did that. Jeff Samardzija went 8 innings in his start last night.
So the Cubs will not get Cueto or Samardzija. They will face Bumgarner on Sunday and a couple of struggling starters, Peavy and Kane, the next 2 days.
Yeah, big pitching advantage for the Cubs in these first 2 games of this series. Jake Peavy has really struggled, has an ERA up over 7. And, of course, Jake Arrieta has the edge every time he goes to the mound.
And more on that pitching matchup as we return to San Francisco, just moments away from the first pitch.
Loss. I don't know about you, but these days I'm looking for all kinds of ways to save money. Here at WQAD News 8, we know the rising cost of living is hurting Quad City families. That's why we're constantly exploring ways to save money. Groceries, health insurance, utility bills, even daycare. We pledge to give you the tools to help you cut your bills down to size. Hard work, determination. It's what we stand for at WQAD News 8.
What famous American has covered more territory than any other? Hint, it's not a person. One drive and you'll discover why Jeep is the most awarded best-selling SUV brand. Celebrate 75 years of endless adventure today at the Jeep Memorial Day sales event and get $500 bonus cash on 2016 Jeep Cherokee vehicles. Get 0% APR for 75 months or $2,500 combined cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash on 2016 Cherokee models.
Hey everybody, I'm Marlena from Midnight Mausoleum. We're moving. Well, kind of. From now on, Midnight Mausoleum will be on Friday nights on WQAD TV 8 at 1:35 a.m. On Saturday nights, we'll still be on My TV 8-3 at the normal time at 10:30 p.m. So you can watch us either place. Midnight Mausoleum on WQAD TV 8 and My TV 8-3.
Hi everyone, this is Susie Bogus inviting you to come to my hometown, Aledo, Illinois, on June 3rd and 4th for the 25th Annual Rhubarb Festival. The rhubarb capital of Illinois has pulled out all the stops for this 25th anniversary celebration with food, crafts, music, and of course, rhubarb. My band and I will be there to put on a free show at Central Park. It's going to be so much fun. I just can't wait. I'll see you at the 25th Annual Rhubarb Festival, June 3rd and 4th in downtown Aledo, Illinois.
The Score Sunday Show at 10:35. Brought to you by the QC Family Entertainment Center.
Visit buyhyundai.com. Kind of the signature series for the Cubs last year on their way to a playoff berth was a 4-game sweep of the Giants in August at Wrigley Field. Let's hear from John Lester.
That was huge. And that's one of those series that you look at the time, you're like, yeah, this is a big series. But, you know, we win 2 out of 4, we're fine. You know, playing a good team. They're a little banged up. But that's a series you look back, and we're talking about it now. That's a series you look back and you go, that was it. That was the time where we It was like we all kind of came together, boom, and let's roll.
We had a nice little home stretch there that we got on a little roll, and these guys, confidence is a dangerous thing, man. You get that confidence, you can conquer all. So I think this group had that, and it takes a while for a team to come together too. It's like, you know, you got new guys, a new group. It's always one of those things you want to see when guys gel, and that seemed to be the series.
You had a lot of things happening, JD. You had Addison Russell take over at short. You had Joe start to manage the game in terms of his bullpen, like the playoffs. And you had Hector Rondon in Game 4.
Yeah, Rondon was brilliant in that series in Game 4. Pitched out of that bases-loaded jam in the ninth inning. And yeah, I think it was Joe really had a sense of urgency in that series, identified that is very important. And obviously the Cubs went on a heck of a run from that point forward.
Should be a fun weekend. You have 2 first-place clubs, the Cubs in the National League Central, the Giants in the National League West. Game 1 is coming up next.
The Brewed Passport is your ticket to a craft beer adventure. Go to the deals page at WQAD.com now to order yours.
My daddy guarantees all his cars with his all-new Weber warranty. All vehicles have been fully inspected by our shop and priced below book value. Plus, Weber has financing you can afford. We work with local institutions to ensure you receive the best possible rate and convenient terms. My dad says it takes quality vehicles, great prices, and you must treat people right. Weber Auto Group. If you're looking for a used car, we got your baby.
River Valley Turf is the place to shop for John Deere tractors, lawn equipment, and gators. From 115 horsepower John Deere tractors down to residential lawn equipment, they've got you covered. At River Valley Turf, you'll find more equipment at unbeatable prices, and our knowledgeable staff will help you find the right model for you. And we even let you ride and drive your next mower before you buy. River Valley Turf offers at-home maintenance for all of your power equipment for all seasons. We're a full-service dealership, offering pickup and delivery as well as home services. River Valley Turf in Davenport and Silvis.
Dogs are always welcome in Wisconsin, and if they want, they can bring their people too.
These aren't your grandpa's Chevys. These Chevys have something extra under the hood. This is the official Super Chevy Show at Cordova International Raceway. Not only Chevy's racing, but a car show, swap meet, and vendors. Oh my! The official Super Chevy Show, May 21st and 22nd at Cordova International Raceway. Racing to racecir.com now.
Said it best, just win, baby, win. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they stay there. Down, down, down. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make a
From AT&T Park in downtown San Francisco, California, Cubs baseball here on WGN Sports. It's the opener of a 3-game series. The first place Cubs against the first place Giants. Hi again, everyone. Jim DeShays, Len Casper with you. Jake Arrieta against Jake Peavy. Let's start with the Cubs pitcher. He has not lost this year, leading the way in earned run average, and he loves pitching in California.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable on the road here for an extended period of time, and this is kind of fun. Look at what he has done in California. His last 3 starts out here in the Golden State have been pretty impressive, have they not, including that no-hitter last August against the Dodgers. His last 9 road starts going back to last year, he's 8-0 with a 0.67 .7 earned run average.
The Giants are getting great starts, but mainly from their top three guys. They really need Jake Peavy and tomorrow's starter Matt Cain to get it going, and Peavy's been a little better lately.
Yeah, last time out against the Padres, a solid 6 innings of one-run baseball, but it has been a very difficult go for the veteran Peavy.
Cubs losing 2 of 3 in Milwaukee. They'll try to get back on track here tonight and end the Giants' 8-game winning streak. Cubs with the best mark in baseball. The Giants have won 3 of the last 6 World Series. First pitch next.
If you dream about a house for your growing family, Mel Foster is there.
Yeah, cool.
If you dream about a house big enough to host family gatherings, Mel Foster is there. And when your dream changes and it's time to downsize into a smaller home, Mel Foster is there. Mel Foster can make your home dream a reality.
You hear that? That's the sound of you saving money during our spring cha-ching sales event. Take $7,000 off Dodge Grand Caravan and Chrysler Town & Country minivans or Jeep Grand Cherokee. During the Memorial Day sales event, save $4,000 off Dodge Journey or Jeep Renegade, or save a whopping $10,000 off all Ram pickups. Plus, get more for your trade during our spring cha-ching sales event going on now at Kimberly Car City in Davenport.
Really?
Free peanuts and popcorn?
Really?
Really. What game do you want to watch? We got them all.
Really?
Really. Hungry? We got the best grill in town.
Really?
Really. Our burgers and tenderloins are amazing.
Really?
Really. T-shirt, sweatshirt?
Really?
Really.
Steve's Old Time Tap. Sports and really, really good food and drinks.
Really?
Our focus here at Quad Cities Acceleration is on speed and power development while providing a safe and fun environment for training. Workouts are designed to improve our athletes' ability to run faster, jump higher and further, change direction quicker, and build confidence. Utilizing our super treadmills, we see major improvements to speed and running technique. Don't wait another season. Take advantage of what we have to offer today.
Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you by Budweiser. Not backing down since 1876. This Bud's for you. Honda. Start something special with a great deal on a Honda. Now at your Honda dealer. State Farm. Combine your car and home insurance with State Farm and start saving. Call your State Farm agent today or find one at statefarm.com. Mattress Firm, where we want you to sleep happy guaranteed. Remember, if it's over 8, it's time to replace. Your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer. And by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Cubs baseball in high definition is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Veteran right-hander Jake Peavy will face this Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Fowler, Hayward, and Bryant at the top. Rizzo, Zobrist, Soler in the middle. Montero had a big game yesterday, even though the Cubs dropped the rubber match in Milwaukee. Javi Baez spells Addison Russell tonight at short. And Jake Arrieta, the pitcher, batting 9th.
Here are the Giants. Defensively, it's a good group. A lot of outfield to cover here. Pagan, Span, Pence in the outfield. Brandon Crawford is the anchor of this club defensively, the reigning Gold Glove winner at shortstop. He's committed just 1 error so far this year.
It's the blue against the orange tonight. And a strike called on a sinker from Peavy to Fowler. Jake turns 35 on the final day of this month.
Yeah, it's been a rough go for Peavy. He's made 8 starts. He's 1-4, has an ERA of 7.43. That would be the highest ERA in the league if he had enough innings to qualify. He's just shy of that.
That is a foul ball. Just foul past first. Call made by Greg Gibson down there.
Thanks for trying to negotiate with him. It was foul for Fowler, and this ballpark, it's got some funky angles out there. Tripper's Alley in right center will field a lot of three-base hits, hence Triples Alley, but a lot of doubles down the line here. Big high wall in right.
Curveball is low. Jordan Baker is back of the plate. We mentioned Gibson at first, Ed Hickox at second. Crew chief Dana DeMuth over at third.
Baker's a big one.
Yes, he is.
About 6'7" back there.
That one is served the other way for a leadoff base hit. So Fowler, who started yesterday's game with a home run, is on first base to start this one.
Left-handed batters hitting .379 against Jake Peavy this year. That's a little cut fastball or slider, perhaps. See Dexter really going that way that much from the left side of the plate, but a good stroke.
Hayward had his 9-game hitting streak come to an end yesterday as he went 0 for 5. .57 degrees as we get started, but a cold wind, and yeah, Candlestick Park-like.
Yeah, the wind perhaps has settled down a little bit. I mean, those flags were really snapping earlier this afternoon. Still pretty brisk, though.
Tap foul. Hayward hit his first home run as a Cub on a Tuesday in Milwaukee. He's got 98 in his career. And if you're wondering, well, where does that rank, Len, all time? Well, the answer, he is tied for 854th all time. One behind David Ross, who's tied for 845th.
Can you recite the first 853?
No, I can't. That's a strike, but I can tell you in the history of Major League Baseball, 844 players have hit at least 100 career home runs. So I don't know if that sounds like more than you would think or less, but that's the number.
Yeah, I would not have been able to hazard a guess. It's like those contests, how many pennies are in this Volkswagen? Right. I don't know, I got no idea.
Quite the contrast in the team colors. Both teams wearing their alternate tops tonight. One and two on Hayward. Here it is. Close, and Peavy didn't get it.
And Peavy following suit with what we've seen from a lot of pitchers lately. They've been pounding Hayward in with fastballs. See Peavy a little irritated, thought he had strike 3 here, and trying to throw that two-seamer back to the corner. Didn't quite get there. Like many veteran pitchers, had to reinvent himself a little bit. He used to go 94, 95 even, and now sits right around 90 miles per hour.
We are having some technical difficulties with our pitch tracks, but they are being worked on. So Peavy keeps an eye on Fowler. Cubs with a 6-game lead over the Pirates, who won their game against the Rockies 2-1. Garrett Cole with a very strange line tonight. What, 10 hits, 1 run, no strikeouts?
Yeah. Very weird pitching line, and again they try to crowd Hayward. Peavy, very good competitor. 148 wins as a major leaguer. That's 5th among active pitchers. A couple all-star teams, Cy Young Award in 07.
Giants are 3.5 ahead of the Dodgers in the West. Dodgers are in San Diego tonight. Chris Bryant on deck.
Jason Hayward put up good numbers in this ballpark. A 400 hitter here, 22 out of 55 with 6 home runs. This is a pitcher-friendly ballpark.
field line and foul.
It will be interesting to see as the night goes on and Jason's at bats if he starts to try to cheat to get to the inside fastball. Also interesting to see if the Giants then change their approach going forward. But he's seen a whole lot of that lately, and that's exactly how Peavy's gone after him here tonight.
There he goes, and fouled by Hayward. Long battle here.
His little cutter. He used to throw a slider. Doesn't really throw a slider so much anymore. He'll cut his fastball, throws a curveball and a change. Challenge for pitchers as they get older and they lose velocity. They no longer have that good separation between their fastball and their off-speed offerings. That's the case with Peavy now, so he has to be a lot more precise with his location.
Fowler runs. Hayward fouls again.
Regardless of how this at-bat ends, Hayward taking a little bite out of Peavy here, making him throw a lot of pitches.
Long look by Peavy. Fowler takes off. The pitch is inside. Ball 4. 2 on, nobody out. For Chris Bryant.
Suppose he got going on with his fingers.
I assume it's so the pitcher can see them.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's
sure.
different though than what you normally see. Most guys just do a little something with their nails. Looks like he's got something different going on there.
I guess Jake has a real tough time seeing the signs, so really exaggerating that with the paint. As Bryant was able to hold, you saw the patches on the right sleeve of the Giants jerseys in honor of the late Monty Irvin, Hall of Famer and former New York Giant, and actually finished his career as a Cub. And Jim Davenport, former Giant player and manager, both passed away earlier this year. The 1-0 pitch inside for a ball. 2-0. Boy, I'd love to jump on Peavy here in the first with Jake Arrieta on the mound for the Cubs tonight. Here it comes, swing and a miss. 2-1.
Buzzword for the Cub hitters here tonight, patience. Peavy, as I mentioned, a very tough-minded competitor, doesn't like to give in. I mean, he'll fall behind. He continues to try to make pitches on the edges. A little aggressive with that 2-0 cutter.
A bouncer to third, and they're only going to get one. Duffy stepped on the bag. The ball was not hit very hard, so that'll be a fielder's choice for Bryant. 1 out, and here's Anthony Rizzo.
Yeah, it looked like Duffy had a little difficulty getting that ball out of his glove as well. A little bobble there as he gets ready to turn it loose, and no way he was going to get Bryant at that point. Would have been a tough play anyway. As we've noted several times, Chris Bryant runs quite well.
So Rizzo 0 for his last 12. He is taking his walks. He leads the National League with 34 knocked in. Hayward now at second. Bryant at first. And the pitch. Low and inside. Jake Peavy is from Mobile, Alabama. Cy Young Award winner with the Padres in 07. He's led the majors in ERA twice. Been a Gold Glove winner with the White Sox. 2 World Series rings. One and one.
It's an interesting club. They've got a really good balanced lineup. They've, plenty of left-handed bats, right-handed bats. Just about everybody in their everyday lineup, an above-average player. The big issue is the back end of the rotation. It's Peavy and Kane. Front 3 have been really good. Bullpen's been, okay, not as good as some of the other Giant winning teams in the last 4 or 5 years.
This looks like pretty wet dirt on the infield, doesn't it? They really hosed it down.
Yeah, the way the wind was blowing, they probably put a little extra water on it.
So it might be a slow track tonight.
I would think if Riz gets one up in the air, they're right, it would carry quite well.
Posey and Peavy will talk it over.
Anthony just 9 out of 50 here in this ballpark. That's a 180 batting average. He's yet to homer here. This would be a good time. Throw a crooked number on the board. So here you go, Jake.
Two and one. Leadoff single for Fowler. Hayward, after fouling off multiple pitches, walked. Bryant hit into a fielder's choice. And the 2-1 is a strike.
Cubs just 3 and 5 over their last 8 ball games. Bats have gone quiet. They're not taking the walks, and that's a lot of it is because the opposing pitching has been much better. The opposing pitchers during this stretch have been pretty aggressive attacking the Cub hitters.
Full 3-2. Ben Zobrist waits on deck. Really making Peavy work here in the first.
And Peavy in his prime was a get it and go kind of guy. Didn't take a lot of time between pitches, but has to be a lot more thoughtful here. And he knows he's in an early bind here with Arrieta pitching for the Cubs tonight.
Rizzo sends it in the air, right center. And it'll be Denard Span to make the catch as Hayward tags. First and third, 2 outs. And it will bring up the switch hitting Zobrist.
Well, this is the kind of night where you can see some extra bases taken with that win. There could be a ball that gets misplayed in the outfield. Communication is going to be vital between the infielders and the outfielders on those mid-range pop-ups, shallow fly balls.
Ben with a .448 on base average, just 2 points off the major league lead. Bryce Harper setting the pace. And ball one. Cubs coming off their first series loss on the road, dropping 2 of 3 in Milwaukee. Ben Zobrist hasn't played a lot against the Giants, all those American League seasons. As he takes a strike, 1-1.
Just clipping the inside corner, and that's the thing, you know. Some guys, when they start to lose velocity, they're afraid to pitch inside, and I think it's even more important to pitch inside when you can't turn it loose at 95 miles an hour. You've got to be able to work both sides of the plate.
Fly ball into left center. Pagan, the leap and the catch. For style points at anything. So Peavy gets out of it. Jake Arrieta to the mound when we come back.
That no-hitter, the Schwarber 2-home-run game in Cincinnati.
Clinching NLDS.
The longest homer in the majors this year.
That home run is still going.
The thing that I remember most is me knowing it's a home run. I look around and I see all the fans yelling their heads off.
He put us on his back that night.
I think that game solidified that this guy's the Cy Young winner. These guys are young and they're going to keep getting better.
Time is now to try and go win a World Series and be a part of something special.
Let's look at the Giants lineup written out by Bruce Bochy. 6th in the National League in runs. They don't strike out much. They do take their walks. Haven't been scoring a lot of runs lately. Span, Panic, Duffy at the top. Posey, Belt, Pence, pretty formidable middle. Brandon Crawford, best 7-hitter in the game. We could debate that. Peavy, the pitcher, will hit 8th. Angel Pagan 9th.
Cubs defensively. Soler, Fowler, Hayward left, center, right. Bryant, Baez, Zobrist, Rizzo on the infield. Addison Russell with a night off. Miguel Montero behind the plate. And our starting pitcher for the Cubs tonight, brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. The card to carry through it all is Jake Arrieta. 8 starts, 7-0. League best 129 ERA. Posing batting average of 153. 4 road starts this year. 4-0. 0.90. He has pitched scoreless baseball in 3 of those 4 road starts. So no matter how you dissect this guy, it's just off the charts good.
So leading the majors in ERA. Gets a lot of ground balls. And that works well with the Cubs defense. Fastball low to Denard Span. Cubs, by the way, lead the major leagues in defensive efficiency. Baseball reference number, turning balls in play into outs. Span signed a 3-year free agent contract after having an injury-plagued season with the Washington Nationals last year. 2-0.
He's a speed guy, hits the ball on the ground, kind of a slasher. Got a funky stance, doesn't he?
Yep.
Even looks funkier now than he used to look.
He drives that ball in the air out into deep right center. Hayward is back on it. And did he catch it? He did, but he's hurt. Oh, man. What a catch by Hayward. But his health is all that matters.
Ah, man. Unbelievable play. I mean, you just got talking about how good the Cubs are defensively, and since he's come into the league, nobody has saved more runs than Jason Hayward. This is just a spectacular play, willing to give up the body. It's at least 3 bases for Span if Hayward doesn't catch it. And clearly he's in some distress out there.
He was grabbing at his side. It looked like he slammed his shoulder into the wall. That is about 420 feet from home plate. And they call it Triples Alley.
Yeah, and I didn't see where he was positioned prior to the pitch, but with Span up there, he wouldn't have been playing very deep. Well, there you're going to see it here. He's starting to cheat that way a little bit before the pitch. But what a great route. And again, the willingness to, he never takes his eye off the ball to find the wall. He's got to know he's getting close.
Yeah.
There's great concentration.
And, we see Jason up close all the time. He is a huge guy. He's really put together. So you can imagine the force going into that immovable object. There is padding, but I don't think it really softened the blow much. And now one of the Giants athletic trainers is heading out as well. Well, that's a good sign. He's on his feet. And obviously, he'll be done for the night. P.J. Mainville and Ed Halber helping him walk off the field.
This is all Willie Mays, isn't it? Peeking back over his shoulder, laying out, and then headlong into that wall.
So vulnerable. His legs are twisted. That last lunge right there.
Yeah,
there's no way he can really
no control at that point. Yep. Boy, what an effort.
And it's a nice hand from all the fans here at AT&T Park. So Chris Bryant will head out to right. And Tommy LaStella will play third. Arrieta will take a couple of extra warm-up tosses after the delay, and it'll bring up Joe Panik.
And obviously, as soon as we hear anything on Jason, we'll pass it along.
Strike one on Panik. He had 4 hits in the game last night as they swept the San Diego Padres. Panik was an all-star last year. He missed a bunch of time near the end of the year with back issues. Two and one. Way outside, 3-1.
Jake last time out, his season best 11 strikeouts. And an 8-2 win over the Pirates. He worked 8 innings, allowed 3 hits, 2 runs, walked 2. Boy, and he was really good at some of the best stuff he's had this year. Ball was really jumping out of his hand.
And that's ball 4. Might have been his best start of the year, even better than the no-hitter, with the 11 strikeouts against the Pirates on Saturday.
Yeah, everything was working early for him, and he just did a great job. In the middle innings, he kind of changed the game plan a little bit and started throwing fastballs late in the count, and he caught a number of Pirate hitters looking at strike 3. It's the conundrum for opposing hitters. If you don't attack him early and he gets ahead, he's awfully tough. Panik able to come back and take the walk, but after going 0-1, hitters are batting .087 against Arrieta this year.
Duffy is 0 for his last 21. And the catch made. Greg Gibson confirmed it. He dropped the ball, pulling the ball out of his glove. So 2 outs.
Yeah, and you know, there was a time when this might have been called the other way because he didn't make a clean transfer. At the end of the day, even if it's ruled a no catch, he's going to throw to second base and get the force out.
I think Calvin Johnson's watching, going, "What? Wait a minute, that's a catch."
Let's get that referee, the officials guy, in here.
Here's
Mike Ferreira to find a catch for us.
Buster Posey, and Montero knocks it down and keeps Panik at first, and you can say Miguel did not panic.
Normally we say cool nights favor the pitcher. I don't know that that's the case tonight. Pitchers generally don't like pitching in high wind, especially when it's blowing out, but it'd be a little disconcerting.
Broken bat. Roller right back to Arrieta, who lobs over to Rizzo, and the inning is over. Jason Hayward with an unbelievable catch, but unfortunately injured and has to leave the game.
Get ready for the 19th annual Quad Cities Marathon presented by Triumph Community Bank. Choose from 5 events for walkers and runners. For more information and registration, log on to qcmarathon.org. The Quad Cities Marathon presented by Triumph Community Bank, Sunday, September 25th. Brought to you by WQAD News 8 and these sponsors.
Honey, the cable bill got us again. We need a little help in here.
With Done Right Satellite, lock in your rate for 2 years. Get the best technology with the Hopper. Watch and record 16 shows at once. Plus, get integrated Netflix and 4K.
I feel like if we would have switched to this network sooner, it could have saved me a lot of pain.
And money.
Visit Done Right Satellite to learn more about their great products and services.
River Valley Turf is the place to shop for John Deere tractors, lawn equipment, and gators. From 115 horsepower John Deere tractors down to residential lawn equipment, they've got you covered. At River Valley Turf, you'll find more equipment at unbeatable prices, and our knowledgeable staff will help you find the right model for you. And we even let you ride and drive your next mower before you buy. River Valley Turf offers at-home maintenance for all of your power equipment for all seasons. We're a full-service dealership, offering pickup and delivery as well as home services. River Valley Turf in Davenport and Silvis.
We hope you'll join us for WQAD News 8 at 10. And tonight, watch where you explore. The warning for visitors at the Maquoketa Caves State Park and what to do after leaving the caves.
And taking on the president, who's now calling for the impeachment of President Obama and why they say he's overstepped his authority.
And warmer spring days ahead. We'll tell you how long that is going to last. So make that switch right now to WQAD News 8 at 10.
Find out how at safekids.org.
Hey, Cub fans, if you want to manage the game along with Joe Madden, log on to WGNTV.com right now. Click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner. Connect to all the up-to-the-minute stats and info while watching at home. Game Zone sponsored by The Great Escape, pools, patio furniture, hot tubs, and more. Everything you need to have more fun at home this summer. And we will be featuring San Francisco tunes tonight. City by the Bay as Soler hits it hard on the ground. Foul.
Fowler just missed an extra base hit down the first base line. Lead off the first. Soler hit a double in the ball game yesterday. Had a couple good swings. And the day before got a pinch hit knock.
Ball and 2 strikes. As Peavy drops down and Soler drops a single into center.
Peavy drops a little Laredo swerve ball on him. Soler keeps that front shoulder in there. Flips it into shallow center. Once again, Peavy into the stretch.
Jake's got a little John Lackey in him. Great guy off the field. Man, he is very competitive. He'll talk to himself out there. Ground ball base hit to right. Soler around second and told to stop by Gary Jones, and he quickly gets back to second. So 2 on, nobody out.
Cub fans, you don't have to wait until summer to enjoy your Fridays. Kick off the weekends with your favorite team. Tickets are still available to Hot Friday matchups, including the May 27th game versus the Phillies, and then June 3rd with the Diamondbacks. Get your tickets at Cubs.com.
Here's Baez, the shortstop. Pitcher on deck. And a bunt toward third, and a good one by Baez. And they got him. Duffy to Belt. And Joe may want to challenge.
And Brandon Hyde, very demonstrative down there. The first base coach signaling safe. And Joe pops out of the dugout as they will take a look in the review room.
Oof. Let's see it one more time. I can't tell there.
I'll mark your score sheet. We're going to review it. It's kind of like bingo. You don't want to take the chips off your bingo card until they announce we've got a good bingo.
So it has been challenged. Oof. The call on the field was out. It would be enough to overturn in New York. If so, it would be bases loaded, nobody out. So I think it is definitely worth the challenge.
Oh, absolutely.
Joe's looking at the review on the big board with the fans here inside the ballpark.
Duffy's a good, solid defender. That left side of the infield well represented with Crawford and Duffy. My gut tells me he was safe. I just don't know that it's enough for them to overturn. Rob Manfred, the commissioner of baseball, has been talking about this issue lately. Pace of play, the time of game is going in the wrong direction. Games are taking longer this year than last, and he's said that, and they've done studies to indicate that replay is not really influencing time of game that much, but he does have an issue with the length of some of the replay reviews. Some of them are kind of going on and on longer than need be.
The reason replay hasn't been a big part of the problem is there haven't been a ton of replays. You know how they have theories too about juries? The longer they go, you know, whether
Jury
it leads
science
to,
kind of. Yeah.
I think the longer this goes, the better chance he's safe. And he's out. So I was wrong. Probably call stands. So Joe will lose his challenge. Review itself took 2 minutes 10 seconds. So second and third. Now will Baez did he get a sacrifice out of it, even though he was really bunting for a hit?
Beltway in at first base. Infield halfway in at second and short rather.
Called strike. Time for our Lexus Run Predictor, brought to you by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer. Cubs have been better than league average in this spot. Giants pitchers have been better than league average. I don't believe Baez was given a sack. Looped into center and a base hit. Soler will score. Montero to third. It's 1-0. Jake Arrieta gives the Cubs the lead.
Fourth RBI of the year for Jake. Jake on Jake. And Blue Jake wins the battle. Good read by Montero. He's already out of your picture there. There's no doubt in his mind that ball was going to get down. Soler had to hang up a little bit. Montero with an aggressive turnaround third base, but Mary Jones threw up a stop sign.
First and third for Fowler. Inside 1-1. So the Cubs do get that run in. And trying to get some more. And tight again. Remember last year at Wrigley when Jake Peavy appeared to get aggravated with Kyle Schwarber. And
oh,
I think
yeah,
it was
that's
about,
right, yeah.
Getting in the box or something.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what it was, but I love Kyle's reaction. It was like, what? So that's Jake. He runs pretty hot. And he's on the mound. Three and one.
So La Stella on deck now. He came in when Jason Hayward had to leave the ball game. There's Tommy. He'll be next.
Ball four, and they are loaded. So here is La Stella. 3 on, 1 out. Peavy already over 40 pitches, and he's recorded just 4 outs. Ground ball, foul. Lexus run predictor once again. Pretty good spot for the Cubs. An RBI by Arrieta, the Cubs' 11th by a pitcher, tied now with the Giants staff for RBIs by pitchers. The Cardinals pitchers have 12 knocked in to lead the majors.
Well, Bruce Bochy's got a well-rested bullpen. The last 5 games, the bullpen has only had to cover 3 innings.
And 1 in that series sweep in San Diego. Giants coming off the best road trip they've had since 1913. They went 7-0. Stella swings and misses 1-2. And they were the New York Giants back then.
Yeah, back then it was Philadelphia and Brooklyn, I think, the road trip. Fred Merkel and the boys were playing good ball back then. That team ended up winning 101 games, won the National League pennant.
Kick and the 1-2. It's outside.
Tempted. But resisted. We've talked a lot this year about the Cubs and the way they play their outfield, and having Dexter Fowler in particular playing shallower. And our span out in center Dexter playing deeper. Span in center here is very shallow. If Stella pumps one into right center, it's going to clear the bases.
3-2 is fouled. Back out of play.
George Contos. 64, whoever 64 is.
Derek Law is up. He is not taking his time. Another 3-2. Right field and off the wall. Montero is in. And now you got a base running issue as Arrieta and Fowler will get together. LaStella running back to first. Wow. So Jake is out. It's 2-0. And the Cubs run into a second out. I caught the back end of it. Was it Fowler who assumed Jake was going to score? I don't. We'll have to go back and check.
Well, let's take a look because there was a lot going on. First, a real good swing by LaStella as the Cubs continue to get good whacks at Peavy here. But look how it comes off the wall. Perfectly played by Pence. He gets it back in a hurry, and that kind of threw a whole monkey wrench into the whole operation from the Cubs' point of view.
I'm wondering if Jake waited to make sure that ball, if he didn't get a good read on it, not really sure. At any rate, it's 2-0. First and third, 2 outs, and ball 1 to Bryant.
I think what happened was Jake kind of committed and then saw the ball coming back into the infield, so stopped and headed back to the base. And by that time, Fowler had already assumed Jake was going to try to score.
So it ends up being a long single. All right, here we go. So Arrieta goes back to the bag originally.
Back, yeah. And Dexter's looking over his shoulder. He's watching the play unfold. Yeah, there's the stop sign for Jay. Oh, it's Tommy who has pushed Fowler out there into no man's land.
So Dexter's worried about passing Arrieta, and then he turns around and LaStella's right on his tail.
Thank goodness for replay.
Well, and I guess in the end, it's It's best that the inning is still alive at all.
Yeah, that could have been worse. It was kind of a yard sale. There was kinds of craziness going on out there. And I love at the end of the play, Dexter's just waving to Jake. Go ahead, go rest. You go in the dugout and rest. I'll hang out here at third. Better me than you be on third base here.
Thinking about doing a how far did it fly single.
I'm going to go back to second. No, somebody there. Another blue guy there.
9-4-2 to get Arrieta. Sparks flying. Be careful. Two. Bryant in the air to left. Pagan goes back to the wall. He'll watch it go. That's a 3-run homer. 5-0.
Pretty swing of the bat for Chris Bryant. His 8th home run, the 8th one allowed by Peavy this year. All 8 of those long balls have come to right-handed batters. That's a cut fastball. It's just kind of got a little cement mixer going on. Just a nice, easy, fluid pass through the zone by Bryant.
Rizzo. Base hit. That's going to be it for Peavy. And our Southwest Airlines, how far did it fly? A majestic 389 feet for Chris Bryant. Go to WGNTV.com/contest for a chance to win round-trip travel for 2 on Southwest Airlines. An early pitching change. We'll be back in the second.
What famous American has covered more territory than any other? Hint, it's not a person. One drive and you'll discover why Jeep is the most awarded best-selling SUV brand. Celebrate 75 years of endless adventure today at the Jeep Memorial Day sales event and get $500 bonus cash on 2016 Jeep Cherokee vehicles. Get 0% APR for 75 months or $2,500 combined cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash on 2016 Cherokee models.
This is important news for diabetics who have been injured by Invokana or similar diabetes medications. The FDA has issued a warning linking use of Invokana, Farxiga, Jardiance, Zigduo, and Glyxambi to serious medical conditions such as kidney failure, heart attack, ketoacidosis, stroke, coma, and even death. If you or a loved one used one of these diabetes medications and then suffered kidney failure, heart attack, or any of these conditions, you may be eligible for a cash award and medical expenses. If you or a loved one took Invokana or another of these diabetes medications and then developed one of these medical conditions, call the offices of Davis and Crump and see if you are eligible for a cash award and medical expenses. Our first consultation is free and confidential, and we don't get paid unless you get paid. Call the law offices of Davis and Crump right now. Operators are standing by.
Here's Derek Law. Peavy right now with an 8.21 ERA. The Giants are 20-7. With Bumgarner, Cueto, and Samardzija on the mound. 5-11 going into tonight when Peavy and Kane have pitched. And Matt Kane will throw tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how long the Giants go with the veterans at the back end of their rotation if they don't get things turned around. They're playing winning baseball, and they're in pretty good shape, so it buys those guys a little time. And I'm not sure what's going on down at AAA, but you got to believe they're going to be in the market for a pitcher at the trade deadline.
Chris Heston struggled here early as a AAA. Remember, he threw a no-hitter last year. He might be the first option. Tim Lincecum has signed with the Angels. 2 strikes on Zobrist.
Well, 25-year-old rookie out of Pittsburgh. That would be the city, not the team. Played collegiately at Miami-Dade. 9th round pick in 2011.
So the Giants bullpen will get its money's worth tonight after not being very busy earlier this week.
They could have had 3 consecutive complete games in that series at San Diego. Bumgarner and Cueto both threw complete games. Samardzija went 8 innings, retired. The last 19 men he faced was just a little over 100 pitches made.
Off of third, and no play for Duffy. I was just thinking during the inning about Peavy and how frustrating it has to be. And look, almost every pitcher goes through it. Guys who throw really hard when they're young, rack up the strikeout totals. You've got to adjust as you get older, but it has to be really frustrating for Peavy not to be able to put hitters away. No strikeouts tonight.
Yeah, and that's a little bit surprising to me when I looked at his numbers. We'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that the next time he pitches against the Cubs.
All right. As Zobrist lines out, Cubs put up a 5 spot in the second and have a big early advantage.
It's a giant grocery giveaway.
Register this week at Aldi on Elmore in Davenport, NationServe, or register online at WQAD.com. Winners are announced Tuesday during Good Morning Quad Cities and compete live on the air that same Friday. WQAD News 8's Grocery Giveaway. Brought to you by NationServe and Aldi.
Need your garage door or garage door opener repaired or replaced? Call the specialists at NationServe. NationServe is the name you can trust for timely service and quality products. We respond promptly when you call and work quickly and efficiently so you can get on with your day without delay. When it comes to servicing or replacing garage door systems, no one does it better or faster than NationServe.
Wayne Dalton NationServe, 5111 Tremont Avenue in Davenport. Call today.
I'm Lee Schreiber, president of Sterling Chevrolet. It's out with the old and in with the new. Take, for example, this brand new 2016 Chevrolet Cruze, $169 a month. Or the all-new 2016 Malibu, $199 a month.
Save big on your next truck at Sterling Chevrolet. Take $10,000 off a Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. Or $10,000 off a Silverado HD 2500 Crew Cab Diesel.
It's worth the drive to Sterling Chevrolet, the Sauk Valley's most trusted name in automobiles. Right on Route 40, Sterling.
Now at safekids.org.
Wild start to this game. Cubs lost Jason Hayward in the bottom of the first after an unbelievable catch. They're still awaiting word on his injury status. 1 strike on Brandon Belt. 5-0 Cubs. In April, Belt signed a 5-year extension that'll start next year worth almost $73 million. And he swings and misses for strike 3. Montero will get it to Rizzo. First strikeout for Arrieta. We want to send out happy birthday wishes to one of our great friends, former WGN sports editor Jack Rosenberg, who turns 90 this weekend. And we want to wish all the best to one of the greats in the business. Talked to Rosie the other day. He's going to be surrounded by family and friends this weekend.
Wonderful. Happy birthday. Check out the technology he was rocking back in the day, too.
It's in the old press box at Wrigley Field. Hunter Pence puts it on a hop to Zobrist. 2 down. Cub fans, don't forget to check out Len and JD's baseball blog at WGNTV.com. Sponsored by Jeff Vukovich, your nationwide insurance agent serving the area for 38 years. To join the nation, contact Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. You think about the 2 infields on display this weekend, and we'll include the catchers.
Yeah,
I mean, Rizzo and Zobrist and Russell and Bryant, who's actually in the outfield right now, but Crawford, Belt, Posey, Duffy. I mean, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, man, it is. You know, Crawford, when he first came in the league, was a glove man, a very good defender. He's turned into a good hitter, and power has really developed for him over the last couple of years. Hit 21 home runs last year. Matt Duffy was the runner-up to Chris Bryant, the Rookie of the Year voting.
The Giants have, I don't think, gotten enough credit for the players they've produced through their system. I think Brian Sabian for many years had the reputation of a GM who would largely build his clubs by bringing in veterans, but they've got a good solid group of guys who've come up as giant minor leaguers. Fouled back.
Well, those guys you mentioned, right? They're all homegrown, right?
Yeah.
Posey, Belt, Panic.
Crawford, a 4th rounder,
yeah.
08.
Crawford's a local guy from this neck of the woods.
There's Brian Sabian. I want to get his title right. It has changed. He is the Executive Vice President of Baseball Operations. The Senior Vice President and GM is Bobby Evans. Called strike 3 to get Crawford.
Tall umpire, high strike.
Ooh, good call. It is 5-0 in the city.
The Score Sunday Show at 10:35. Brought to you by the QC Family Entertainment Center.
If you dream about a house for your growing family, Mel Foster is there.
Yeah, cool.
If you dream about a house big enough to host family gatherings, Mel Foster is there. And when your dream changes and it's time to downsize into a smaller home, Mel Foster is there. Mel Foster can make your home dream a reality.
Need help?
Oh, thanks.
Some people think because I'm from Crawford Company, I can solve any problem.
Oh, Julie, will you get my gloves for me, please?
But what we know best is providing Bryan Air Conditioning
Hey, Mom, have you seen my baseball?
with no high-pressure sales pitch. With great products at a fair price, your problems are solved. Honestly, just call Crawford Company. Now let's finish up this bad boy.
Visit Crawford-Company.com for rebates on affordable air conditioning solutions from Crawford Company.
People often ask me, they're like, Jim, your dad brand's so strong. What can I do?
The most important thing I've taught my children is that they have to do things themselves. I don't want my kids to be part of this lazy culture that doesn't do things. That's why I bring them out here and I beat them at tennis. Probably the best gift I could give my children is to have them lose to me. That's what a dad brand's about.
Get 0% APR financing plus $1,000 bonus cash for current owners of FCA vehicles on the all-new 2017 Pacifica.
Adopt.
Chicagoland viewers, it's time for the Subway third inning a triple play promotion. Text Subway 3 to 97999. Do it right now. The 300th texter will win a $30 gift card to a Subway restaurant in the Chicagoland area. Subway, fresh is what we do.
Swing and a miss by Jorge Soler. Cubs lead 5-0. Line on Jake Peavy tonight, 1 2/3, 7 hits, 5 runs. He walked 2, no strikeouts. Gave up the home run to Bryant.
Soler got it started. Leadoff single in the top half of the second. Law's got some funk. Fastball, slider, curve, and change. Back to the hitter.
A liner to the shortstop. Crawford. 1 out, and here's Montero. Single and a run in the second for Miguel. Hit a triple in Milwaukee yesterday. I would say it was partly cloudy as we got started. And almost total cloud cover now as we are at dusk. Wind's still blowing pretty hard. And the wind, when you look at the flags, it looks like it's blowing straight out, but I don't think it's quite like Wrigley, right? I think there is some swirling that might go on here.
I believe there's swirling.
Totally true wind, you know. Ground ball into shallow right, down to a knee is Panic.
Yeah, because every time I look at the Old Glory out there and next to the California state flag, they're blowing in a different direction.
Right. The Cubs are performing on the field, but need your help to get to the All-Star game this July. Help send your Chicago All-Stars to San Diego by voting early and often. Vote now at Cubs.com/vote. You can vote up to 5 times per day, up to 35 times total. Baez tried to bunt his way on in the second and was thrown out by Matt Duffy. Joe Madden challenged the call and it ended up standing. Swing and a miss. He's now 1 for his last 19 after a hot start. Well, what's the Jake Arrieta conversion chart? 5-0. It's early, but
yeah, it's early. They're a good club. They're at home. It only feels like it's 9-0. Giants have a 4% chance of winning this game in my estimation.
That is the Jake Arrieta conversion chart, brought to you by Jim DeShays.
Brought to you by Fuzzy Math.
Cubs have won Arrieta's last 21 starts. That's club record. He's won 18 consecutive decisions. And he's got the go-ahead RBI tonight.
We talk so much about how this game can be predictable or unpredictable. And, yesterday Jason Hamill pitching against that Brewers team, he had never lost to them. They had a 31-year-old journeyman pitching. Felt like it should be a Cubs win kind of day, but that kid Garrett pitched a great ball game.
Pence is over into foul territory, and he's got it. And that will end the inning. All Cubs early in California.
The town hero murdered in cold blood.
Somebody shot Coates Thomas.
Get the story from the other side.
He goes, Mom, can't you feel the evil?
A killer's mother speaks out.
He didn't know what was real and what was not.
The Red Flags, Wednesday on WQAD News 8 at 5 and 10.
Attention bargain hunters. Highland Toyota is holding a hassle-free one-price test market experiment. Prices posted so that you can see your savings immediately. A 2016 Camry LE, not $24,000, test market price $17,975. A 2016 Corolla LE Automatic, not $19,000, test market price $14,975. During the one-price test market experiment at Highland Toyota on John Deere Road at 53rd Street, Moline. Hurry, sale ends Monday.
Hey, what are you doing at home? Gather your friends and head to the Circle Tap on West Locust Street. See the game and enjoy a wonderful meal, famous for our ribs from a quarter to a full rack with fries served alongside, delicious burger baskets, chicken and bacon ranch wraps, as well as cold drinks and spirits, all at great prices. Plus, enjoy the Circle's great outdoor patio area with a cool and shaded bar. There's live music often featured, so head on over to the Circle Tap, West Locust Street, Davenport.
River Valley Turf is the place to shop for John Deere tractors, lawn equipment, and gators. From 115 horsepower John Deere tractors down to residential lawn equipment, they've got you covered. At River Valley Turf, you'll find more equipment at unbeatable prices, and our knowledgeable staff will help you find the right model for you. And we even let you ride and drive your next mower before you buy. River Valley Turf offers at-home maintenance for all of your power equipment for all seasons. We're a full-service dealership, offering pickup and delivery as well as home services. River Valley Turf in Davenport and Silvis. Kids.org.
Cubs baseball is brought to you by Budweiser. Not backing down since 1876. This Bud's for you.
Pitcher will not bat first time around, at least. Connor Gillespie pinch hitting for Law in the 8th spot. Bruce Bochy has hit the pitcher 8th about half the time when Angel Pagan is in the lineup. It's kind of that second leadoff hitter. Pagan is on deck, and then Denard Span.
All the innings he's gotten from his starters recently allows Bruce Bochy to kind of wheel and deal here with his bullpen. They are very well rested. Bruce Bochy, by the way, this is his 9th year with the Giants. 22nd year as a big league manager. Had that long run with the Padres. Won a Manager of the Year award down there back in 1996. He is the 16th all-time with 1,727 wins.
Active leader in victories.
If he doubles that total, he'll be within shouting distance of Connie Mack. Just needs to do it another 30 years or so.
Tapped foul. It's 1-2. I tweeted out a link to a Baseball Prospectus piece earlier today. Meg Rowley wrote it. It's called Players Prefer Presentation. The subheading, The Analytics of Jake Arrieta Bobbleheads. She did an analytical study of Jake Arrieta bobbleheads and the price of said bobbleheads on the market.
Oh.
I didn't understand much of it, but I just like the fact that someone wrote an article about it. That's how great he has been on the mound. They're writing about your bobbleheads.
Yeah.
You've been really good. And he strikes out the pinch hitter.
Strikeout number 3. Running fastball top of the zone at 95 miles an hour. He got Crawford to end last inning looking at a high fastball. Belt struck out to start the second on a curveball. Angel Pagan finally gets to play.
So the word we're getting from the Cubs clubhouse is Jason Hayward dealing with a right torso / abdominal region injury and is being evaluated.
But that would make sense the way he reached for his side there. play to make a spectacular catch out there, deep right center field. And I thought initially I was thinking neck, but he does reach back and clutch his side at one point right there.
Pagan, a former Cub, 5th year with San Francisco after 4-year stint with the Mets. Base hit. That's the first for the Giants. Pagan is aboard. Cubs are celebrating Bud Fridays in the Budweiser bleachers all season long. Next Friday, May 27th, Budweiser will provide 90s visors to the first 5,000 early arriving fans 21 and older in the Budweiser bleachers. Non-bleacher tickets are still available. Go to Cubs.com/Fridays to buy yours today. Phillies are in, right?
Yeah.
Next weekend.
Fightins.
Surprising Phillies, who lost at home tonight to the Braves 7-1. Span fouls.
So just before Span hit that ball about 420 feet last time he was up there, I was saying he's more of a slasher ground ball type guy. Doesn't really hit the ball over the outfielders' heads all that often, but he really got into that one. But typically it's more of a ground ball, line drive type hitter. Couldn't have missed by much. See a guy like Span staying in there the way he does, and you wonder how did he get to this point? What was going on with his swing, with his approach, that caused him to end up here? I mean, at the end of the day, most guys, as the pitch is being delivered, move into a more conventional approach. But he's got a real funky start. But the front toe turned back towards the catcher.
The exaggerated dip as he bends his knees. Gets ready to hit. It was Span who hit that fly ball. Hayward ran down. Throw over. Pagan back in plenty of time. Cubs have 3 of the top 7 ERA qualifiers in the National League. Arrieta leads the majors in earned run average. (23-1) with a sub-1 in his last 28 starts. According to Elias, with him now allowing 3 or fewer runs in each of his last 28 starts going into tonight, it's the longest streak in the major leagues, and I've never read this little addendum on any note I've ever given, since 1893, when the pitching rubber was set to 60 feet 6 inches from home plate.
Yeah, a lot of times these notes will go back to 1920,
right.
the end of the dead ball era or the modern era or whatever, but they're still kind of making up the rules the last time somebody did something that this guy has done.
Pagan takes off. Span lines to Fowler, and Pagan on his way back to first. The throw there will be late. Tweet us your Cubs selfies at #WGN Cubs. Had a chance to meet the great Huey Lewis during spring training, and he took BP with the Cubs, had Cubs gear on, and then was Bruce Bochy's bench coach for the Cactus League game, so he wore both teams' uniforms. He is a Giants fan, but he said he'd be thrilled if the Cubs win the World Series.
How thrilled would he be if he went through the Giants to win the National League pennant?
I didn't ask.
Not so much.
Panik walked in the first. Pagan on his way to second. He'll get it. Number 4 on the year.
Now, injuries have slowed him down a bit in recent years, but this would be a pretty good base stealer. And, why sit back if you're Bruce Bochy, right? You're up against Arrieta. Try to chip away. I'm sure that's what his thinking is. If I can get one here, one there, just stay in the game. Find a way to maybe rally late.
And Montero will head out to talk to Jake. John Lester tomorrow, so means David Ross will get the start behind the plate. Looking at the forecast, it looks like we're not going to reach 60 degrees here in San Francisco all weekend. As long as we're dry.
So it feels like home, then, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's all right. Wind has died down a little bit. And that'll get the Giants on the board. Will Panik with an RBI single. And it's 5-1.
Coming off a 4-hit game last night in San Diego, starting to heat up. It's a good, solid line drive hitter. Doesn't overswing. Quick, compact stroke. Carried a .309 batting average into this season. 100 games last year with the Giants, 73 the year before.
That note on the leadoff, man. It had been a while since Arrieta last gave up a run here in the state of California. Pitched a shutout ball on opening night in Anaheim.
I was looking for when Jake gives up a run, it's like, well, what's going on? He's been so good. This game has not had much flow to it. The Cubs had long innings against Peavy. He was throwing so many pitches. I mean, as a pitcher, you'll take it, right? You'd rather have the 5 runs of support than not. Sometimes it can be difficult to get into a rhythm yourself in a game like that.
Yeah, the Hayward injury.
This club is a tough matchup for any pitcher. They don't swing and miss a lot. They have the lowest strikeout rate in the league. They're kind of like that Kansas City Royals club, only they walk more.
Right. Runner goes. And Zobrist just can't get it. That one perfectly placed on a soft line into right by Duffy. First and third for Posey.
Yeah, I don't know if Ben had to do it all over again. If he were to take it maybe another step or two. I think he maybe was fooled. Maybe a little bit of a changeup. He thought this ball was hit more sharply than it really was.
Posey, a career high 150 games last year. Last 4 years into this season, at least 147 games. And during that time, a slash line of 315, 381, 490. I mean, those numbers are pretty ridiculous for a catcher. He'll play first base on occasion. He's only made 2 starts there this year.
Putting together quite a resume. A Rookie of the Year award in 2010, MVP in 2012. Jason Hayward was the runner-up in 2010 for the Rookie of the Year.
Runner goes from first, and Posey fouls. So they have been runner-ish here in the 3rd inning, trying to get back into this game.
Doesn't give up much slugging. And he is relatively slow to home plate. So if you're looking for one part of his game that you can exploit, it would be the stolen base.
Duffy not running, and if he had, he'd have been safe. 1-2. Duffy runs. I got a nice note from a lifelong Cub fan, Troy Roddy. He and his fiancee Dawn came to San Francisco this week. They got married Wednesday, and they're attending this series as part of their honeymoon from Tinley Park, Illinois. Congratulations. So happy birthday wishes. Number 22, Mike Prasnowski. Fly to left, deep. Soler back, up against the wall. He makes the catch. 2 great catches by the cornermen, helping out Jake Arrieta tonight. Giants do get a run, and that is all. It's 5-1 after 3.
Ready to take a Brood tour of your own? Then you can't leave home without the Brood Passport. Go to the deals page at WQAD.com. Order yours, take it to a participating location, stamp it, and save. A portion of the passport you buy goes to the Quad City Animal Welfare Center. Get the Brood Passport and let your craft beer adventure begin.
Dogs are always welcome in Wisconsin, and if they want, they can bring their people too.
I'm Lee Schreiber, president of Sterling Chevrolet. It's out with the old and in with the new. Take, for example, this brand new 2016 Chevrolet Cruze, $169 a month, or the all-new 2016 Malibu, $199 a month.
Save big on your next truck at Sterling Chevrolet. Take $10,000 off a Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, or $10,000 off a Silverado HD 2500 Crew Cab Diesel.
It's worth the drive to Sterling Chevrolet, the Sauk Valley's most trusted name in automobiles. Right on Route 40, Sterling.
These These aren't your grandpa's Chevys. These Chevys have something extra under the hood. This is the official Super Chevy Show at Cordova International Raceway. Not only Chevy's racing, but a car show, swap meet, and vendors. Oh my! The official Super Chevy Show, May 21st and 22nd at Cordova International Raceway. Race into racecir.com now.
.org.
We are back. Let's take a look at our Mazda replay cam. Jorge Soler doesn't get high marks for his outfield play generally, but that was a heck of a play at a big time. Posey with a bid for extra bases, and Soler great concentration. So that's two tremendous plays by Cub outfielders here tonight. Dexter Fowler, you're next.
Gets a nice hand from his teammates. And here's Arrieta, who gave the Cubs the lead with his RBI single in the second. Albert Suarez is the new Giants pitcher.
Some new faces in this Giant bullpen.
Gillespie stays in and plays third. 6'3", 235. Suarez, and a breaking ball is in for strike.
Just 3 games here with the big club. He had not pitched above Double-A prior to this year.
From the first base side of the pitching rubber. And a comebacker. We'll go 1-3. Clark's Crew, presented by Jewel Osco and Tropicana, is the official kids club of the Chicago Cubs. Team up with Clark as a member of Clark's Crew and get kid-specific perks, experiences, and merchandise. Visit Cubs.com/kids to sign up your young Cubs so they can be a part of the fun all season long. Fowler on twice and has scored once.
It'll be a challenging night for the Cub hitters when you know every at bat is against a different pitcher. Tough to get locked in. Did damage against Peavy, got him out. It's going to be a string of arms coming out of that bullpen. Feel awfully good about a 4-run lead with Jake Arrieta on the mound, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to tack on here. Good changeup.
1-2. Jason Stark, ESPN.com, wrote today about some possible rules changes. You were referring to pace of game as Fowler just got hit. So it'll be 3 reaches and 3 tries, but that one stung.
He's been getting beat up lately, hasn't he? Got one in the lower leg the other day, got one on the back of the hand not too long ago. Suarez trying to cut a fastball in on his hands, just yanked it a little bit.
Thigh area after getting hit on the calf earlier this week. Yeah, Jason Stark cites sources saying they could change the intentional walk rule at some point.
Just put the guy on.
Yeah, you indicate first base or whatever, you wouldn't have to throw 4 intentional balls. And raising the strike zone, the lower part of the strike zone to the top of the knees of the hitter. Right now it's the hollow beneath the kneecap. A lot has to happen before those things would happen. Got the rules committee, Players Association, got a new labor deal coming up, so it could be all part of that.
Going to divide the union, pitchers versus hitters, with that one.
So I guess if you raise the strike zone,
it's just trying to increase offense.
Well, action. As Stella strikes out, I think the idea would be you'd have fewer strikeouts. If the strike zone, the bottom of the strike zone moves up a little bit. So more balls in play, more runners, more action. So LaStella, first Cub to strike out. So it does sound counterintuitive to a degree, I guess.
So it's not a pace of, that's not a time of game or a pace of play. That's just more action. That the intent of that rule change.
But I think they're tied together, right? Because I think the pace of play thing is more about
deep counts
and just dead space in the game.
Yeah, so if you raise the strike zone a little bit, I guess the thinking is pitchers would have to be more aggressive. Couldn't work down around the bottom of the knees. Hitters would therefore be more inclined to swing early.
I should note in the article it says the playing rules committee is not required to have the union sign off on the changes. So whether the players agree or not, they could implement them. Always got to play some Grateful Dead when we come to San Francisco. 5-1 Cubs in the fourth.
When it comes to orthopedic care, the choice is yours. Just look at what our patients are saying. Orthopedic specialists. With offices in Davenport, Bettendorf, and Clinton, we are the Quad City area's only group of all board certified and fellowship trained orthopedic surgeons. The next time you need care, choose orthopedic specialists. Better experience, better results.
Goods, America's Furniture Showplace, just a short drive away in Kewanee, Illinois. Goods Furniture has a wide selection of furniture for every room in your home at prices to fit every budget. Enjoy a relaxing night in one of our suites, followed by a delicious breakfast. Stroll through the shops at Market Square. Find unique gifts, clothing, wine, and so much more. Take the short drive today to see the Goods difference. Goods Furniture in Kewanee, Illinois.
Lindstrom's in downtown Galesburg, your source for quality electronics and home appliances. Lindstrom's brand source has now added Serta mattresses, America's #1 mattress manufacturer. Serta is now on display in our new bed salon at Lindstrom's. Choose from Serta iSeries, iComfort, or Serta Perfect Sleeper beds. Our knowledgeable experts at Lindstrom's are here to help you get a better night's sleep. Find value with Serta mattresses at Lindstrom's in downtown Galesburg, your brand source headquarters.
At the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Mississippi Valley, we're open where kids need us, when kids need us, and no member is turned away for the inability to pay.
Un gran futuro comienza aquí.
Great futures start at the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Mississippi Valley.
Hey, Cub fans, show your team pride with Cubs checking and an official Cubs MasterCard debit card only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Fly ball center field off the bat of Brandon Belt, and it's caught by Fowler. Go to wintrust.com/Cubs to learn more. Member FDIC.
Giants made a little noise in the third, scored one, threatened to get more. Good play by Soler to end the inning. So quick out here for Arrieta. He'll deal with Hunter Pence. He'll be running in the Preakness tomorrow afternoon. If they can get him loaded into the gate.
Speaking of pace of game, these are all little things that could add up. I think MLB should consider a limit on trips to the mound in a game. Right now it's per inning with a pitcher. Maybe you say a manager, a coach, or a catcher, or anybody.
Yeah.
Other than the pitcher can walk onto the dirt, on the pitcher's mound for a meeting maybe 3 times in an entire game. That's it.
I'd be on board with
that. Strike 3. I don't love the conversations batters have with the third base coach. You don't know the signs?
Hang with
Learn them.
It could have been strike 4.
Again, this is not about finishing the game earlier. It's just, let's have more action.
In 1911, the great sports writer Ring Lardner wrote a story about the new lively baseball was increasing run scoring, and it was taking forever to play the games, and rarely did they finish under 2 hours. That was his grievance back in 1911. Games started stretching beyond 2 hours. Back into the 80s, average time of game was more like 2.5 hours. And I think there's some fans that just they don't care. They're not bothered by the pace of play. They're not bothered by slow games. Other folks obviously are. That's why it's an issue. But it's kind of from the 7th inning on with all the pitching changes. At the most exciting time of the game, when the action really slows down.
Yes.
And to the point about the strike zone, that's when you're bringing all these guys out of the bullpen that are humping it up there at 97, and it's tough for guys to put the ball in play. So we've seen it a lot. 7th, 8th, 9th innings, a succession of strikeouts, walks, deep counts. So yeah, to me, that's what I would like to see, that part of the game become more lively.
1-2 to Crawford. Didn't miss by much.
But isn't it too a little bit on the modern hitter to change the approach, to try to put the ball in play? We see the guys still taking the big swings, and maybe if there's more of a choke up, try to slap it the other way. I'm not saying always. I'm saying make that adjustment against certain types of pitchers if possible.
He held. Yeah, and we talk a lot about shifting and the adjustments some hitters seem to be trying to make.
Some people have proposed a rule that a reliever coming into the game has to face at least 2 batters.
Yeah, that would really change the strategy. Tried to keep batters in the box, at least 1 foot in the box. Ooh. And that got a big chunk of Jordan Baker, and he is a big target.
Yeah, is the tallest umpire in the game, and so there's a good chunk of Jordan that's exposed there, and that's up maybe just below or right around the collarbone.
All the umpires now huddle around the home plate umpire, along with one of the Giants' athletic trainers.
The DraftKings Fantasy Sports Zone, located on the corner of Addison and Sheffield, is your game day headquarters. Open hours before the game. The DraftKings Fantasy Sports Zone has a large outdoor space, features live music, and the fully stocked signature Captain Morgan bar. Come out and enjoy this unique experience. Plus, fans with tickets have direct access to Wrigley Field. For more information, visit DraftKingsWrigley.com.
Looks like Baker's okay. He's well enough to continue. Got people tweeting about the pace of play and asking about commercial breaks. They have actually shortened them this year. And Crawford strikes out. As the Giants go down 1-2-3 in the fourth, Cubs lead 5-1.
It was 39 hours difference between when he left and when she left.
I certainly can't imagine going through one funeral, let alone both funerals at the same time for my parents.
Everybody down here made everything so easy for us.
I try to put myself in their position of what I would want, and I try to make sure that that's taken care of for them when they arrive so that they aren't having to ask us for something.
I couldn't believe the job they did. It was amazing. Just amazing.
Esterdahl, serving the community since 1891.
Honey, the cable bill got us again. We need a little help in here.
With Done Right Satellite, lock in your rate for 2 years. Get the best technology with the Hopper. Watch and record 16 shows at once. Plus, get integrated Netflix and 4K.
I feel like if we would have switched to Dish Network sooner, could have saved me a lot of pain.
And money.
Visit Done Right Satellite to learn more about their great products and services.
Get ready for the 19th annual Quad Cities Marathon presented by Triumph Community Bank. Choose from 5 events for walkers and runners. For more information and registration, log on to qcmarathon.org. The Quad Cities Marathon presented by Triumph Community Bank, Sunday, September 25th. Brought to you by WQAD News 8 and these sponsors.
What famous American has covered more territory than any other? Hint, it's not a person. One drive and you'll discover why Jeep is the most awarded best-selling SUV brand. Celebrate 75 years of endless adventure today at the Jeep Memorial Day sales event and get $500 bonus cash on 2016 Jeep Cherokee vehicles. Get 0% APR for 75 months or $2,500 combined cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash on 2016 Cherokee models.
Our kids.
The fifth inning is brought to you by Fifth Third Bank, the Curious Bank. Good to see some Cubs blue in a sea of orange and black. The Giants fans, they like to wear their team colors, as Cubs fans do as well. Probably another sellout tonight. Giants with 429 consecutive regular season sellouts and counting. 1-1 on Anthony Rizzo.
We were talking earlier when we were discussing Huey Lewis and his loyalty to the Giants, even though we gave him a Cub uniform in spring training. How much fun would it be for have these two teams playing in the postseason with the vibe at Wrigley and the energy here in this ballpark?
Yep, it would be fun. Lofted to left for Pagan. 1 out.
Cub fans, join the Cubs season ticket holder waiting list. Do it today. Claim your spot in our lineup for season tickets. It's easy and free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waiting list.
This is a great ballpark, great atmosphere. I think it is similar to Wrigley Field. Intimate setting. Obviously, you're right on the water here. But you've got the neighborhood feel. A lot going on around AT&T Park.
It's cold and windy.
Yeah. Outside 2-0. Man, are we getting a good waft of the garlic fries here tonight. One of the staples here at AT&T. Unless that's just you breathing after eating some.
No, I haven't had any garlic fries yet. But I don't have the good sense of smell, so I don't get it as pronounced as most.
Diving stab, belt, and the backhand flip to Suarez. Thought he might have caught it, but I guess not.
teammates call him the baby giraffe, kind of gangly, but he can play. A standing play by Belton, a good head-high flip. As a pitcher, you want that ball above the belt. You'll take it up around the head. You just don't want it down around your lower leg, your knees, and the one you kick out of your glove.
Solaire's had a good night, a single and a run in the second. He lined out in the third, and leaping grab to help out his pitcher on defense. He just about hit Miguel Montero with a screamer. Miguel is about 40 feet from home plate in the on-deck circle. Here's the catch.
Deep to begin with, and then up against the wall. That playing deep pays off again.
0-2.
Yeah, the number's not good for Jorge here. You see a batting average up to 194, though. But the one thing I didn't notice, I was looking on Fangraphs today, hitting the ball in the air more frequently than he did last year, and that was kind of a point of emphasis with him. That's his bad luck there.
The Babbitt gods get him as he lines hard to Panic to end the inning.
Ready to take a Brood tour of your own? Then you can't leave home without the Brood Passport. Go to the deals page at WQAD.com. Order yours, take it to a participating location, stamp it, and save. A portion of the passport you buy goes to the Quad City Animal Welfare Center. Get the Brood Passport and let your craft beer adventure begin.
Our focus here at Quad Cities Acceleration is on speed and power development while providing a safe and fun environment for training. Workouts are designed to improve our athletes' ability to run faster, jump higher and further, change direction quicker, and build confidence. Utilizing our super treadmills, we see major improvements to speed and running technique. Don't wait another season. Take advantage of what we have to offer today.
Attention bargain hunters. Highland Toyota is holding a hassle-free one-price test market experiment. Prices posted so that you can see your savings immediately. A 2016 Camry LE, not $24,000, test market price $17,975. A 2016 Corolla LE Automatic, not $19,000, test market price $14,975. During the one-price test market experiment at Highland Toyota on John Deere Road at 53rd Street, Moline. Hurry, sale ends Monday.
The grass just got greener. Only $25 gets you a cart and 18 holes of golf anytime after 10 a.m. any day at Sauckie. A great deal on a course that's in great shape. Told you the grass just got greener. Call for a tee time at Sauckie today.
Welcome back. Time now to take a look at our Ford upcoming schedule. A couple more here with the Giants before moving on to St. Louis. Off day next Thursday, then the weekend with the Phils. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or localfordstores.com.
Flamin' Groovies. Shake some action. You going to get your Boz Skaggs in tonight? That was your one?
I hope so.
That was your one suggestion. Foul strike on Gillespie.
We could even have a baseball theme. We could play the leadoff shuffle. Oof. That was nasty. That's the changeup. Watch the action on this one. It's like a wiffle ball.
Yankees and A's are playing across the bay this weekend. Yanks lead 6-1 in the 7th tonight. Talked to Adam Warren. He did see some of his old teammates yesterday. 1-2. News for Josh Reddick, having a terrific season. Fractured his thumb last night in their 4-1 loss to New York to start that series.
Any idea when he'll be back?
It says a month or more.
I don't know what the plan is over there in Oakland, but he'd be a pretty good trade piece, I would think.
Yeah. He's run it full after an 0-2 start. We had fried chicken tonight.
Yep.
Here in the press box, and I should have warned you about Eric Ibar. Did you hear that story?
Oh, he's choked on a bone?
Yes. He was scratched from the Braves lineup last night in Pittsburgh as a result. Slowly on the ground is Zobrist. One out here in the Giant fifth, and it's Pagan. Single, steal, and a run in the third.
So where was he eating the chicken? Was it in a restaurant? Was it at the ballpark?
Don't know.
I don't mean to make light of him choking on the chicken bone.
He arrived at the ballpark in discomfort. So somewhere else.
So he had it like lodged in his throat or something.
The 0-1 is a strike.
I told you those numbers earlier on Jake after 0-1. That the opposing batters were hitting 0.87 against him. When he gets to jump 0-2, from that point forward, hitters are batting 0.37 against him. They've had 2 hits against him this year in 54 tries. So he's pretty darn good at putting you away. Jake, put away your things.
Safe.
Well, giving up 3 hits now after being ahead 0-2. On out of the left-handed batter's box, a little bit of a head start, and perhaps a little more urgency needed from Tommy there. Waited back on that ball, then the little glove tap. That was all the difference that Pagan needed.
And the guy who runs well, left-handed hitter, he hits that ball, he gets a little bit of a head start, and Pagan busting it down the line, didn't hit the ball that hard. You're right, Stella played back on it.
Yeah, it's just one of those that baseball clock. You have to have knowledge of who the batter runner is, what kind of speed he has.
Short lead, Pagan inching off first. And Span takes low. Cubs have lost 5 of their last 8. But leading here 5-1 tonight. Giants have won 8 in a row.
Changeup again, this time 90 miles an hour. Got away from him, and the changeup obviously just stand alone is a real good pitch, but what makes it even more effective is that he just doesn't use it that much. Second or third time through the order, a lot of the left-handed hitters haven't seen it.
On his way to second. Pitch is called a strike, and he gets past Montero, and that'll be stolen base number 2 tonight for Pagan, and number 5 on the year. Well, they're committing to the running game. When they get on, they're moving.
Yeah, it's a smart play. This team doesn't hit a lot of home runs, and against Arrieta, you're not going to slug all that much. And a huge lead by Pagan.
Meantime, 2-2 on the hitter. The kick and the pitch. Fouled out of play off of third.
And another one of the guys in the Giant lineup that's just tough to finish off. He doesn't strike out much at all.
Will be pitch number 80 tonight for Arrieta. Set at the belt. Ball 3.
You see the breakdown. 57% fastballs. A lot of those are sinkers.
Play by ball dude. That is Patrick Dunn, 24-year-old rookie ball dude.
Used to be they always had old guys down there.
Again. Foul. Foul ball. Ball made by Greg Gibson.
Cubs have whacked a couple down each line foul tonight. Now Span turns on one, and this pitch pretty much right over the heart of the plate, and that's what can happen against a team like the Giants. Tough to put away. They battle you. You get a little frustrating, and at times it will cause you to maybe be a little too aggressive in the strike zone. Now, obviously, you don't want to walk Span here. But Arrieta usually, he has such confidence in his ability to make pitches. He doesn't throw many right over the heart of the plate.
Another 3-2 and another foul, and Span needs a new bat. Montero and Arrieta will talk.
Thrown a lot of pitches, and maybe with the Pagan on second base, they've decided to change up their signs a little bit. Maybe not even to flash a sign. Let's just decide on a pitch. I'll go sit down behind home plate and you throw it to me.
Arrieta home. Roll to Rizzo. Pagan advances to third, 2 outs. Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN. San Francisco, site of Cubs baseball tonight. Game 1 of 3. Middle series of a 3-leg trip. Chris Bosio will make a visit. Sacramento native. Walked in the first, knocked in a run in the third. Gregor Blanco on deck in the pitcher spot. Backdoor curve for a strike.
One of those guys that doesn't get beat very often in the strike zone, but Arrieta was able to slip that fastball right by him. Coming off the slow curve.
Swing and a miss. Good visit. Chris Bosio. Arrieta strikes out Panic. Cubs 5, Giants 1.
Honest, hardworking, neighbors who take a stand and protect the great way of life we all share. These are shining examples of what's right in the Quad Cities. People taking control, improving their schools, their neighborhoods. Hard work, determination. It's what we stand for at WQAD News 8.
Accidents happen. NationServe of Quad Cities can fix it. We make garage door repair quick and simple. We service all makes and models with experienced technicians with the expertise to get it done right the first time and professional integrity you can trust. Call us today for your free estimate and see why the Quad Cities chooses NationServe for garage door sales and service. NationServe of Quad Cities, locally operated since 1985.
Goods Furniture, 3 blocks, 12 multi-level buildings, all packed full of furniture, food, and fun. Goods Furniture offers a wide selection of furniture choices for every room in your house to fit every budget. Spend the day shopping, enjoying lunch in the Wine Cellar restaurant, and strolling through the shops at Market Square. Enjoy a relaxing night in one of our suites, followed by a delicious breakfast. Take the short drive today to see the Goods difference. Goods Furniture in Kewanee, Illinois.
Everybody down here made everything so easy for us.
They helped walk us through all of the decisions that needed to be handled.
Just the little things that you really appreciate. We try to provide a service and try to anticipate their needs before they have to ask us for something.
I couldn't believe the job they did. It was amazing, just amazing.
They're extraordinary.
They were tops. It meant a lot.
Esterdal, serving the community since 1891.
The best way to get to Wrigley Field is through public transportation. The Cubs do offer a free bike check, now located near the Addison Red Line station. For drivers, the Cubs provide free remote parking and shuttle service on night and weekend games. For more information, visit the A to Z guide on Cubs.com.
Suarez out there for his third inning of work. The Giants bullpen has stood tall here so far tonight after Jake Peavy got knocked out. They've pitched scoreless baseball. They've not allowed a hit. Only base runners, the hit by pitch of Dexter Fowler.
Yeah, the bullpen has done the job in terms of keeping them somewhat in the game.
Yeah, and even though they only scored the one run, they've made Jake work awfully hard. So the pitch count getting to be an issue for Arrieta here tonight.
1-1. Montero lines out.
Suarez also been fortunate to hear Soler hit a bullet 10 last inning. Now Montero starts the 6th with a line out.
Baez 0 for 2.
Suarez's first appearance in 9 days.
If you missed it earlier, Jason Hayward made maybe the catch of the year out in deep right center in the bottom of the first. But he suffered an injury in the process. Right torso, abdominal region. Still being evaluated. We do not know the severity of the injury. As Baez rounds out to Gillespie. 2 down in the Cubs 6th. Let's go back to the bottom of the first. First batter Arrieta faced, in fact. What an effort by Hayward.
Yeah, how many Gold Gloves is he going to end up with by the time his career is over?
Ground ball to short. And Crawford will throw out Arrieta. Well, Matt Caesar's on a rehab assignment. And again, depending on how long Hayward's out, Caesar may be back a little sooner than thought.
The Score Sunday Show at 10:35. Brought to you by the QC Family Entertainment Center.
Our focus here at Quad Cities Acceleration is on speed and power development while providing a safe and fun environment for training. Workouts are designed to improve our athletes' ability to run faster, jump higher and further, change direction quicker, and build confidence. Utilizing our super treadmills, we see major improvements to speed and running technique. Don't wait another season. Take advantage of what we have to offer today.
Attention bargain hunters. Highland Toyota is holding a hassle-free one-price test market experiment. Prices posted so that you can see your savings immediately. A 2016 Camry LE, not $24,000. Test market price, $17,975. A 2016 Corolla LE Automatic, not $19,000. Test market price, $14,975. During the one-price test market experiment at Highland Toyota on John Deere Road at 53rd Street, Moline. Hurry, sale ends Monday.
Blake Shelton plus Drew Carey from The Price is Right.
Oh my.
Just throw it on the floor. I don't think it matters.
Next down.
Monday at 4 on WQAD News 8.
Great to have you with us on the West Coast tonight. Cubs baseball on WGN. 5-1, the Cubs have the lead. They get all their runs in the top of the second.
Well, that's a bummer.
All right, what happened? Gregor Blanco will lead it off. We have a Booth mishap.
Catch it.
Drive caught by Zobrist.
MLB.TV Premium. You're going to want it. You're going to love it.
It's the #1 live streaming sports service. Delivers everything you have to come to expect and more. Every out-of-market game live in HD. From over 400 supported devices. It includes a free subscription to @Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. MLB.TV for details. Posey. Strike called.
No, what happened was I was making myself a cup of tea, and when I went to rip the paper off the bag, I actually tore the bag, so I've got all these loose sediment floating around in my cup.
Are you still going to drink it? Probably not a great idea. Soler in left.
Hate to waste.
2 outs.
There's George Contos. One of the familiar faces. We talked about some of the new faces out there. Contos has been on the scene for a few years now.
I want to give a shout out to her best friend in the whole world, Lynn Bramer. His wife, Sarah. They are watching us tonight. A quiet night at home. No rock show for Lynn tonight. I think he tries to clear the deck when Jake Arrieta's pitching. As any good Cub fan would do.
Yeah.
He stayed up for the entire game the other night. He has to be up very early for the XRT morning show. And we finished after midnight, right?
Yeah, it was a 5-hour and change game, I believe.
That is a good baseball fan.
Well, we're going to go here. We're going to elevate the heater. Whoop. Change of face.
Call strike 3, and the inning is over. Giants go down 1-2-3. Arrieta with a 5-1 lead.
I left my home in Georgia, headed for the Frisco.
Nostalgic?
How time does fly.
Remember the 50s when laughter came easily?
Yes, I remember.
Missing the music of the 60s?
You mean you really like it?
Don't forget the heartthrobs of the 70s.
I'm glad you said that.
Hoping the 80s styles make a comeback?
That's all I want, too.
Want to relive the King's comedy into the 90s?
Top that.
Then tune in to Antenna TV to fulfill your nostalgia needs.
Antenna TV, TV, how it was meant to be.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Time now for Cubs Fan Camp. San Francisco, that's the Mowgli's right off JD's iPod.
Mowgli, isn't that the kid on the Jungle Book?
Maybe. George Contos, Chicago area native, makes the play to get Dexter Fowler. Contos went to Niles West High School and then Northwestern University.
Yeah, been on the scene here since 2012. 12, 13, and 14. He spent a good chunk of time here, but he also spent a fair bit of time in the minor leagues. Last year, exclusively a big leaguer, was Contos for the Giants, and off to a good start this year, pitching to a 1.59 ERA as he works for the 9th time. Did I see Ryan Dempster on the selfie?
Yes.
I thought so. So did he heed our call the other day when we said send in your
former Cubs?
Former Cubs, yeah.
Send in your selfie. Oh, now I'm told it's the Mowgli's. I don't know. Whatever the band's name is, they're good. I have no idea how to pronounce it. The 0-2, Stella Fowles.
Contos not going to overpower you. He's got a good mix of pitches. He likes to cut his fastball. Slider, curve, and a change.
Andrew just sent us a tweet and said he thinks Tommy LaStella and Brandon Belt are the same person. Well, I can see both of them currently. One's at first base, one's at the plate, but yeah, they could be related. Similar look.
One's about a foot taller than the other.
Another line out.
They both hit a lot of line drives.
Go. Chris Bryant with the big 3-run homer, our Xfinity speed replay. This was off Jake Peavy.
Yeah, and Peavy vulnerable. He was struggling with his command. He just had a feeling that Bryant was going to do something big, to inflict some damage at least, and a big fly on him. 8th time this year Chris has gone deep. He's been remarkably consistent this year, hasn't he? Just the quality of at-bats from one game to the next. Really good.
Contos activated after missing 26 games. Back 3 days ago. 4 rehab outings at AAA. Right flexor strain. 6'3", 227. Wearing Joe Madden's number 70. Two to Bryant. Similar to Paul Goldschmidt, how he holds the bat, getting ready to hit, fouls it off.
Talked earlier about Bryant and Posey both being rookies of the year, and maybe someday Chris Bryant will add the MVP to his trophy case as well. It's only been done 13-14 times in big league history, and players won both of those awards. Tell you exactly, but I'd have to look it up. Forget that's kind of a thing here tonight. We got Posey, Bryant, Eric Hinsky was a rookie of the year.
Yeah,
2002 with the Blue Jays. Dave Righetti, pitching coach of the Giants, was rookie of the year for the Yankees in 1981. I don't know if Willie McCovey's here tonight. He's here a lot. He was a rookie of the year.
Williams probably watching on television tonight. Mobley's to break. Stretch. 5-1 Cubs.
Let's keep the Pay It Forward circle going. Make a nomination today at WQAD.com.
Goods, America's Furniture Showplace, just a short drive away in Kewanee, Illinois. Goods Furniture has a wide selection of furniture for every room in your home at prices to fit every budget. Enjoy a relaxing night in one of our suites, followed by a delicious breakfast. Stroll through the shops at Market Square. Find unique gifts, clothing, wine, and so much more. Take the short drive today to see the Goods difference. Goods Furniture in Kewanee, Illinois.
Hey, what are you doing at home? Gather your friends and head to the Circle Tap on West Locust Street. See the game and enjoy a wonderful meal famous for our ribs from a quarter to a full rack with fries served alongside. Delicious burger baskets, chicken and bacon ranch wraps, as well as cold drinks and spirits, all at great prices. Plus, enjoy the Circle's great outdoor patio area with a cool and shaded bar. There's live music often featured. So head on over to the Circle Tap, West Locust Street, Davenport.
Need help?
Oh, thanks.
Some people think because I'm from Crawford Company, I can solve any problem.
Oh, Julie, will you get my gloves for me, please?
But what we know best is providing Bryan Air Conditioning.
Hey, Mom, have you seen my baseball?
With no high-pressure sales pitch. With great products at a fair price, your problems are solved. Honestly, just call Crawford Company. Now let's finish up this bad boy.
Visit Crawford-Company.com for rebates on affordable air conditioning solutions from Crawford Company.
These battling exes are back, but for how long?
Your neighbor is here.
I don't care to see her or talk to her.
All new Dr. Phil.
Monday at 3 on WQAD News 8.
Time for the Honda Game Summary. Get amazing deals at the Honda Dream Garage Sales Event now at your Honda dealer. We'll come back to it here in a second. Hunter Pence taps foul. Hayward left due to an injury in the bottom of the first. Rough night for Jake Peavy. Could not get through the second. Chris Bryant with the big blow, a 3-run homer in that 5-run second inning. Todd Hollinsworth is a rookie of the year.
Yeah, I was going with the in the ballpark theme.
But I'm just thinking people watch it.
Yeah, because the
expanded a little bit.
Because I was thinking of Holly on the homestand because we had a bunch of rookies of the year in the ballpark. Would have been the Padres series. Who else did we play at home?
Nationals.
Yeah, I think it was when the Nationals were there.
1-1 to Pence. It is a strike.
And Holly was out doing the pre and post.
We gotta see that again. Can we see Hunter Pence? And I don't even know how to describe what he did after he made contact.
Yeah, the adjective that people use to describe Hunter probably more than anything is unorthodox. He's slipping. He like both feet are slipping on him at the same time as he makes contact. He gets a lot of infield hits on rollovers just like this one. He normally gets a much better break out of the box than he does here.
Make sure you stay tuned. The WGN News follows the game. Be on late night once again. The other night was due to the 13-inning affair in Milwaukee. Cool night. Arrieta is at the century mark in terms of his pitch count. Working here in the 7th.
Worked hard in the 3rd and the 5th.
Crawford got an extension over the offseason, 6 years, as Adam Warren and Travis Wood are in the bullpen. Is worth 5.5. Wins above replacement last year. Terrific two-way player. And he's a great observer. Giants signed Jeff Samardzija and Johnny Cueto over the winter. Crawford said his team had acquired a good amount of hair. 2-2 pitch.
Yeah, well, the Giants acquired Cueto and Samardzija. The Diamondbacks got Greinke and Miller. So far, the duo here has really outperformed the two guys the Diamondbacks picked up in their pursuit of running down the Dodgers.
Count is full.
It's almost like looking in a mirror to a certain extent for the Cubs facing the Giants with the approach that their hitters have at the plate. You get a kind of quote-unquote a taste of your own medicine. Just about everybody in this Giant lineup better than league average in terms of their walk rate.
Ball 4. Comes Gillespie.
This is where the payoff comes for some of the starts earlier in the year where you maybe you come out of the game a little earlier than you would like as a starting pitcher, but you've got a comfortable lead and you've only thrown 95 pitches. And Joe said, yeah, but there's going to be a game down the road where, I might want to extend you a little bit. That pitch coming on the heels of that walk has gotten Joe Maddon's attention. He just took another step up on the dugout.
One and one. Ball to deep left. Soler is back to the warning track, and he makes a catch back against the wall. Nicely done. 2 outs.
Gillespie showing some pretty good power the other way. impressive to hit it that far, that high to the opposite field.
Defense has helped in the outfield, particularly tonight. And it's Pagan. 2 for 2, 2 steals and a run from the 9 spot in this Giants order. Strike 2.
The run Jake allowed tonight, just the 4th run he has allowed on the road this year. This is his 5th road start.
He struck him out. Probably the last batter he'll face tonight. As he walks off the mound after 7, it's a 5-1 Cubs lead.
When it comes to orthopedic care for injuries, you want the best. Dr. Hoffman is an expert in total joints and sports medicine. Dr. Cub has expertise in new, minimally invasive procedures of the hand and upper extremities. Dr. Dolphin is the area's leader in spine surgery. Dr. Mendel is a specialist for foot and ankle, total joints, and sports medicine. Orthopedic specialists will get you back in the game.
Need your garage door or garage door opener repaired or replaced? Call the specialists at NationServe. NationServe is the name you can trust for timely service and quality products. We respond promptly when you call and work quickly and efficiently so you can get on with your day without delay. When it comes to servicing or replacing garage door systems, no one does it better or faster than NationServe.
Wayne Dalton NationServe, 5111 Tremont Avenue in Davenport. Call today.
Allmakes Office Furniture Showroom in Moline is the place for great deals on Hahn office furniture. Take a walk through our 72,000 square foot showroom and find that perfect desk, chair, or cabinet from Hahn to furnish your business or home office.
It's so easy to work with. They offer both, as you see in this office, new and used.
Stop by today and view our huge selection of new and used Hahn furniture.
Allmakes Office Furniture in downtown Moline. Stop by and see me.
Your house was in foreclosure for non-payment of the mortgage.
That's correct.
But is her house sitter the problem?
iPhone 6, I left in her care.
I had her children. They also have iPhone 6s.
They have iPhone 6s and they can't afford to pay their mortgage? How does that happen?
Next, Judge Judy.
Monday at 2 on WQAD News 8.
Find out how at safekids.org.
8th inning, and it's time for the Mattress Firm Great 8 stat of the game. Modern era. Jake Arrieta, 18 consecutive winning decisions, and hoping it's 19. Pretty impressive list. Brought to you by Mattress Firm. We want you to sleep happy, guaranteed. Remember, if it's over 8, it's time to replace. Contos to Rizzo. That'll be it for Jake Arrieta tonight, you would think.
Yep, he's getting the way to go handshakes and hugs.
Down the right field line, foul. He started with a 129, right? And I think he's going to finish tonight at 129. Trying to make it 8-0. Also snapped an 0 for 13 with a second inning single.
And Jake will tell you after this game that he worked really hard, mentally worked hard because of the nature of these Giant hitters. They're a pesky group. He ended up with 8 strikeouts, but he had to work awfully hard. A lot of deep counts, a lot of foul balls. They kind of hung in there. But in the final analysis, once again, another brilliant performance by Jake. 1 run allowed in 7 innings.
Get on a couple of bounces into the shift. And the play made by Panic. And Gillespie between Belt and Panic.
Kind of a strange ball game. The Cubs with 7 hits tonight. 6 of those came in that 5-run second inning. And the other one came in the first inning.
Low on Zobrist.
That's always a challenge when you've got a guy like Arrieta on the mound and you score 5 early. You could understand where players would kind of, okay, this is a W, and not that you don't engage or you don't bear down, but you maybe just a little bit, the intensity, the quality of the bats might suffer a little bit. I don't know that I could really make that case, but perhaps. Put some balls hard into outs since the second inning.
Zobrist high and deep to right, and it will get out of here. A splash down home run. Six to 1.
That was impressive. Number 6 for Zobrist. 34 years of age. He's on pace to have perhaps his best year as a big leaguer. Big leg kick, powerful swing.
Soler takes strike 1.
Launch angle. John Maley works with these hitters. The Cubs hit the ball on the ground less frequently than any team in the league.
Deep left. They go back to back. Big night for Soler. So long for Jorge. 7 to 1.
Launch angle.
It's 36 degrees according to StatCast for Zobrist.
Slider that sat on the inner half, and that's we talked about Soler earlier and how it's been working at trying to get the ball in the air more often this year. That has been the case.
Southwest Airlines, how far did it fly? 407 for Soler. Go to WGNTV.com/contest for a chance to win round-trip travel for 2 with Southwest Airlines. The Zobrist homer was the 106th to land in McCovey Cove. Southwest Airlines, how far did it fly? 386 for Zoe. Again, WGNTV.com/contest. Chance to win round-trip travel for 2 on Southwest Airlines. And Cub fans are making some noise in San Francisco. be Jorge's best game of the year. All around?
Yeah. It'd be hard to... Off the top of my head, I can't think of another one.
That is a very, very good sign. There's obviously going to be a lot of concern about Jason Hayward after this game. All his teammates could do after he got hurt, trying to go out and win a ball game, and Montero is out. His backhanded play by Panic. Launch angle 23 degrees, according to StatCast.
For Jorge.
For Soler.
Yeah, they've done studies with the optimum launch angle and exit velocity to be a home run hitter. Somewhere between 25 and 30%, I think. That's, you know, I was talking to Joe about that. I said, so, you know, you guys hit the ball on the ground less than any team in baseball. Is it the front office? Is this Theo and Jed going out and finding players that have this? And he said, yeah, but I think it's a lot of it is John Maley, too, working with guys. You know, Fowler, he's getting him airborne a little bit more. We know it was a talking point since last year with Soler. I think it's going to become even more important when things start to heat up at Wrigley and the ball really starts to jump there. You got all these fly ball hitters. They're going to do a lot of damage. You cannot shift in the bleachers.
You can, but it's not a baseball maneuver.
That'd be, maybe there you go. So we're going to put our left fielder in the bleachers for this at bat. Wouldn't do the pitcher's confidence a world of good, would it?
No.
See, and that's one of the things they're trying to do with Javi too. He has a tendency to kind of pull off the ball and get real heavy with the top hand. Get him to extend, stay through the ball. That power will really show, and he'll start driving the ball out of the ballpark.
Swing and a miss to end the inning. Time to dance. MC Hammer. Zobrist into the Cove. Soler into the bleachers. 7-1 Cubs.
My music hits me so hard, makes me say, oh my Lord.
Really?
Free peanuts and popcorn?
Really?
Really. What game do you want to watch? We got them all.
Really?
Really. Hungry? We got the best grill in town.
Really?
Really. Our burgers and tenderloins are amazing.
Really?
Really. T-shirt, sweatshirt?
Really?
Really.
Steve's Old Time Tap. Sports and really, really good food and drinks.
Really?
America's best-selling pickup is now the safest truck. It's the F-150 here at Courtesy Ford in Davenport. Take $10,500 off this F-150. This F-350 King Ranch is discounted $10,000. With 0% for 60 months and $1,000 Ford bonus cash, drive this Edge for just $339 a month. Or for $225 a month, this Escape is yours. America's best-selling and safest pickup is the F-150 here at Courtesy Ford in Davenport. We're over here on West River Drive.
Bills.
Hey, you.
Me?
Yes, you, with bills stacking up so high you can't move.
Wait, how did you know?
Losing sleep worrying about money?
Yeah.
Haven't you heard about Midwest Title Loans?
No.
You can have the cash you need in just 15 minutes. All you need is a free and clear car title and photo ID. There's no hassle, no credit check, and you keep driving your car. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call at 877-511-CASH.
Midwest Title Loans. Take charge of your life today.
Uncork the laughter of antenna TV. Classic characters.
memorable laughs, the comedies of Antenna TV. Funny TV, how it was meant to be.
On Antenna TV, WQAD 8-2.
Stay tuned for the WGN News following the ball game. Here's Travis Wood, author of what we are now calling the Travis Wood Game in Milwaukee. Bases loaded walk at the plate. After a huge escape job, bases loaded, nobody out, as he got the win Wednesday night. Fly ball to left off the bat of Denard Span. Soler back now in a step, and he's got it.
Yeah, we've been goofing around with our make-believe stat, the tourniquet, shutting the other team down, stopping the bleeding when you're losing. We have to come up with like a Houdini or something, some kind of a David Blaine for getting out of a jam the way Travis did the other night.
It was pretty impressive.
3 meek pop-ups with the bases loaded.
No deals to panic. Belt high fastball strike. Addison Russell's playing short. Baez at third. Strike 3. Colby Tomlinson.
Tomorrow it's John Lester with a 1.88 ERA going for the Cubs. Veteran Matt Cain will pitch for the Giants. He's 0-5 with an ERA of 5.87.
Good hard foul. Left field corner, fair ball. Tomlinson, pinch hit double.
Giants hitting better than 300 as a team in the pinch, which is way above average. League average 220-ish. He's now 4 out of 7 as a pinch hitter. Carries his hands low.
Posey. Joe had to duck with Gary Jones. Diving stop. Addison Russell into the game. Nicely done to end the inning. All Cubs tonight behind Jake Arrieta. And how about the defense this team has played? 7-1.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
It was 39 hours difference between when he left and when she left.
I certainly can't imagine going through one funeral, let alone both funerals at the same time for my parents.
Everybody down here made everything so easy for us.
I try to put myself in their position of what I would want, and I try to make sure that that's taken care of for them when they arrive so that they aren't having to ask us for something.
I couldn't believe the job they did. It was amazing. Just amazing.
Esterdahl, serving the community since 1891.
My daddy guarantees all his cars with his all-new Weber warranty. All vehicles have been fully inspected by our shop and priced below book value. Plus, Weber has financing you can afford. We work with local institutions to ensure you receive the best possible rate and convenient terms. My dad says it takes quality vehicles, great prices, and you must treat people right. Weber Auto Group. If you're looking for a used car, we got your baby.
The grass just got greener. Only $25 gets you a cart and 18 holes of golf anytime after 10 a.m. any day at Sauckie. A great deal on a course that's in great shape. Told you the grass just got greener. Call for a tee time at Sauckie today.
It's a giant grocery giveaway.
Register this week at Aldi on Elmore in Davenport, NationServe, or register online at WQAD.com.
Kids.
Cubs lead 7-1. They'll bat here in the ninth inning. The pitcher for the Giants, Corey Guerin. It's been around a while. Always thought it was Guerin. Apparently Guerin is how it's pronounced. And he will face Addison Russell.
Guerin, 30 years of age, parts of 3 seasons with Atlanta, 11, 12, and 13, and 7 appearances with the Giants last year. Called his name a lot this season. This is his 19th appearance this season.
Russell strikes out on a slider.
Pirates beat the Rockies tonight 2-1 behind Garrett Cole. He's now 5-3. Cardinals losers to the Diamondbacks in St. Louis 11-7. Corbin beat Martinez.
The Cardinals continue to score runs even though they gave up a bunch. They have reconfigured their lineup. Stephen Piscotty now hitting cleanup. Aledmys Diaz, remember he was real low in the order. Yeah. Moved up to the 2 spot. Even Tejada gave up 2 home runs. Pitched an inning late.
Did he really?
Yeah.
That's fun. Yeah, Cardinals team ERA 3.81, the 7th best in the National League. Their starters above 4.
Called strike 3. David Ross off the bench.
Little backdoor frisbee. Hangs onto the outside corner.
First inning, Jason Hayward ran down a Denard Span fly ball. Probably robbed him of a triple, but injured himself in the process. Walked off the field under his own power. Right torso, abdominal region injury. We do not know the severity. Should know more after the ball game. 2-0 on Ross. Fly ball to right. Hits his back. He's going to have to play this one off the wall. Pinch hit double, David Ross. Gramps has had a good week.
Yeah.
Threw out 4 base runners the other night in Milwaukee and continues to hit.
You don't see him drive the ball the other way very much. When he hits it with authority, it's usually to the pull side.
Peavy, Law, Suarez, Cantos, Guerin.
Suarez definitely gets a tourniquet tonight. 3 scoreless.
3 scoreless.
Didn't allow a hit.
3 hitless, yeah. Hits center field. Ross will score 8-1. A 4 RBI night for Bryant.
That's going to do it for Guerin. Dropping down, and these right-handed hitters just staying right on him. No flinch. Front shoulder stays closed. Solid RBI single for Bryant.
Pitching change, 9th inning, and we'll be right back.
Oh, I love the sweat. I'm a wife, a mother, a business owner, an EMS volunteer, and I've lost about 160 pounds. My aha moment was when we took a family photo, and I really got to see how large I had become over the years. Life got a hold of me, and there it went. It started with my coworker said we should take a walk. And she walked me up the Coal Valley Hill, and it was one of the hardest beginnings I ever had and thought I would never do it again. And the next day I laced my shoes up and did it again, and did it again, and did it again until I conquered the hill. You can really do anything that you put your mind to. I love to sweat, and it makes me feel like I worked the hardest that I possibly could. Sweat is good.
Hi everyone, this is Susie Bogus inviting you to come to my hometown, Aledo, Illinois, on June 3rd and 4th for the 25th Annual Rhubarb Festival. The rhubarb capital of Illinois has pulled out all the stops for this 25th anniversary celebration with food, crafts, music, and of course, rhubarb. My band and I will be there to put on a free show at Central Park. It's going to be so much fun. I just can't wait. I'll see you at the 25th Annual Rhubarb Festival, June 3rd and 4th in downtown Aledo, Illinois.
Left-hander Javier Lopez to Anthony Rizzo.
See Lopez, a lefty specialist, is pitching for the 20th time, but he's only pitched 7 1/3 innings. Approaching his 39th birthday.
Didn't we have the note last year? He's got the most World Series rings among all active players. 4. One with Boston, 3 with the Giants.
Yep. Yeah, I came here in 2010. Started with the Rockies back in 03. Quickly things can change. Bruce Bochy, the way his starters had been going along, probably starting to worry that his guys in the bullpen needed work. Well, he's had plenty of opportunity to get guys work here tonight.
To end the inning. 3 outs to go. Cubs lead 8-1.
Student loans can be crippling, and college is only getting more expensive.
I would ideally love to have all my student debt gone or taken care of quickly.
That's why we at News 8 shared a little-known perk to help grads pay off their debt quickly.
I think this is the cutting-edge generation, which I think it will continue until the dilemma is solved with how to manage college debt.
Helping you prioritize that paycheck and face debt head-on. Hard work, determination. It's what we stand for at WQAD News 8.
When it comes to orthopedic care, the choice is yours. Just look at what our patients are saying. Orthopedic specialists. With offices in Davenport, Bettendorf, and Clinton, we are the Quad City area's only group of all board certified and fellowship trained orthopedic surgeons. The next time you need care, choose orthopedic specialists. Better experience, better results.
If you dream about a house for your growing family, Mel Foster is there.
Yeah, cool.
If you dream about a house big enough to host family gatherings, Mel Foster is there. And when your dream changes and it's time to downsize into a smaller home, Mel Foster is there. Mel Foster can make your home dream a reality.
The town hero murdered in cold blood.
Somebody shot Coates Thomas.
Get the story from the other side.
He goes, Mom, can't you feel the evil?
A killer's mother speaks out.
He didn't know what was real and what was not.
The Red Flags, Wednesday on WQAD News 8 at 5 and 10.
Cub fans happy as their team leads 8-1. Jake Arrieta poised to improve to 8-0. As Clayton Richard looks to get these final 3 outs. He got his first career save in that 13-inning game the other night.
Yeah, a third of an inning to finish that ball game off. Also worked a third of an inning yesterday. One didn't go quite as well. He allowed a couple hits and a run.
Toward right and through. Just dribbled past Ben Zobrist. Belt on for the first time tonight. And here's Pence.
Ground ball pitcher, ground ball hitter. Not all Pence does. He can drive the ball too. He's hit 7 home runs.
He cut and a miss.
Swinging a hot bat of late. Nothing so far here tonight for Hunter Pence.
To the high one, couldn't get it. Strike 3.
Richards elevates. You see that very often from Clayton. I don't know if that was his intent, but it certainly worked.
Wide for a ball to Crawford.
Cubs got that early lead with Arrieta on the mound. It's kind of like a movie you've seen many times. Like, I know how this is going to end. I remember this show.
Soler comes in. Russell goes out. It'll be the left fielder for out number 2. So a win tonight. That would be the Cubs winning Arrieta's last 22 starts, extending a Cubs record. He would improve to 24-1 over his last 29 starts. It would be his 19th consecutive winning decision.
So a 5 to run down Carl Hubble, who won 24 in a row.
It would end the Giants' 8-game winning streak. There's a bouncer to third, and the Cubs win. Cubs win. That was Trevor Brown pinch hitting as Richard with a scoreless 9th on 1 hit. Final score tonight. The Cubs 8, the Giants 1. 2-2 to start this 9-game road trip. Big night. Chris Bryant, Jake Arrieta, Jorge Soler, and we hope Jason Hayward's injury is not very serious. Looked bad. What a great catch. We'll be back to San Francisco in a moment.
And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they say there, down, 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 'cause all I do is win.
Are you looking for high-quality furniture for your office? Our selection of new and gently used office furniture gives you the best value for your dollar.
As a business owner for a lot of years, you have to look at your bottom line and where you stand. And I think that's the great part about All Makes is that they can take care of the guy that's just starting his business and have good used stuff, or they can take care of the people that have been in business a while and sell them great new Han furniture.
All Makes Office Furniture, just off the I-74 bridge in downtown Moline.
Stop down and see me or give us a call.
Lindstrom's in downtown Galesburg, your source for quality electronics and home appliances. Lindstrom's brand source has now added Serta mattresses, America's #1 mattress manufacturer. Serta is now on display in our new bed salon at Lindstrom's. Choose from Serta iSeries, iComfort, or Serta Perfect Sleeper beds. Our knowledgeable experts at Lindstrom's are here to help you get a better night's sleep. Find value with Serta mattresses at Lindstrom's in downtown Galesburg, your brand source headquarters.
Get ready for the 19th annual Quad Cities Marathon presented by Triumph Community Bank. Choose from 5 events for walkers and runners. For more information and registration, log on to qcmarathon.org. The Quad Cities Marathon presented by Triumph Community Bank, Sunday, September 25th. Brought to you by WQAD News 8 and these sponsors.
Cougar Town, weekdays at midnight, followed by Raising Hope at 12:30 on WQAD MyTV 8-3 and Mediacom Channel 716.
Quad City Animal Welfare Center, friends of yours and mine. From small meows to big bow wows, both canine and feline. They neuter, spay, a place to stay till a good home they can find. So show your care, come volunteer, donate your nickels and dimes. Quad City Animal Welfare Center, saving animals one life at a time. Downtown Island.
We grew up together. We believed in something bigger than ourselves. The military took me to one side of the world and her to the other. And even though she was always the strong one, when we caught up years later, I found out she had fallen on some hard times. It was her call to make, but doing it together made all the difference.
For veterans who are homeless or on the brink of homelessness, call 877-424-3838.
Chicago Cubs baseball has been brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Ford, America's best-selling brand 6 years running, inviting you to check out our fuel-efficient lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. Mattress Firm, where we want you to sleep happy guaranteed. Remember, if it's over 8, it's time to replace. Your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer. State Farm. Combine your car and home insurance with State Farm and start saving. Call your State Farm agent today or find one at statefarm.com. Honda. Start something special with a great deal on a Honda. Now at your Honda dealer. And by Budweiser. Not backing down since 1876. This Bud's for you. Our next WGN telecast of Cubs baseball, Sunday, May 29th. Cubs hosting the Phillies. Final game of a 3-game weekend set at 1 o'clock for the leadoff man. Final score tonight from San Francisco. Cubs 8, Giants 1. Cubs baseball in high definition on WGN has been brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. For JD and our entire crew here in San Francisco, Len Casper inviting you to stay tuned. The WGN News is next.
Right now on WQAD News 8 at 9, the Dunkin' Dive. Davenport police hoping this video will help them find the man who robbed a Dunkin' Donuts. What happened after he jumped through the drive-thru window, coming up. And later, the wait may be over. What changes are being made at one of our nation's busiest airports to help you get through security faster?
Now, live from WQAD, News 8 at 9 starts now.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm Angie Sharp. We'll have more on those stories in just a minute, but first, an update to a deadly car accident that we first told you about last night. We now know the name of the woman who was killed after crashing into the back of a semi-truck on Interstate 80. It happened around 5:30 near the Brady Street US 61 exit. Investigators say the truck was moving slowly because of heavy traffic when 28-year-old Nicole Van Ham ran into it. She was pronounced dead at the scene. The semi-driver was not hurt. East of the Quad Cities, Interstate 55 is back to normal after an overnight crash involving 2 Illinois State Troopers. It happened in Romeoville. Police say a driver rear-ended a state squad car just after midnight, pushing it into another trooper's vehicle. Both troopers are in the hospital but are expected to be okay. Money allegedly stolen by a Rock Falls police detective came from the body of a man who died from a heroin overdose. That's according to police reports, as well as the mother of the victim who spoke to WQAD News 8 today. Sergeant Veronica Jaramillo is charged with official misconduct and theft. Police say she stole more than $1,700 from a police evidence locker and used some of it to pay her utility bills. The money allegedly came from 26-year-old Rodney DePotter, who died last December of a drug overdose. His mother says Jaramillo was the detective on the case.
I had called her and begged her, I need that money to help bury my son, because they were holding his ashes for $1,700.
And she would not give you back that money?
No.
State police investigated the case, said Jaramillo is out on bond tonight. Police in Muscatine, Iowa have released pictures of the car they say was involved in a hit and run last week. They're looking for a darker colored Chevy HHR that has a dent on the back bumper on the passenger side. Police say the driver is thought to be a white woman between the ages of 16 and 20. The driver hit a 17-year-old riding his bike last Friday. Anyone with information should call Muscatine police. Davenport police have released surveillance video of a robbery suspect jumping through a drive-through window. Take a look. It happened at the Dunkin' Donuts on West Locust Street on Wednesday night. As you can see, the robber slides through the drive-through window, then demands money from a worker. The worker says the suspect implied he had a weapon, but never displayed one. Anyone with information is asked to call Davenport police. This week is National Police Week, and so today, police in East Moline gathered together to honor the life of a young officer killed almost 50 years ago. In 1969, Richard Morton Jr. responded to the call of a man with a BB gun threatening kids on his lawn. But when he arrived, the man would not calm down and instead grabbed a .32 caliber gun, killing Morton, who had only been on the job for 3 years.
In today's climate, what we like to do is let the community know that we are out here, that our job is dangerous, and we put our lives on the line for them, for our community.
Across the nation, 123 police officers died last year. 36 officers have already been killed while on patrol this year. And west of the Quad Cities, the Des Moines Police Department held a memorial ceremony today for 2 officers killed in the line of duty this year. Officers Susan Farrell and Carlos Puentes Morales died when a wrong-way driver hit their squad car head-on in March. Their families received plaques today, and officers who passed away off the job also received recognition of their service and sacrifice. Turning to weather now, and probably the biggest news of the night, James is back. I'm not going to waste any more time. Welcome back, James.
Well, thank you very much. You caught me off guard on that one. I thought the fact that, hey, it's Friday, it's a weekend and all that stuff. But thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And you know what? Overall, not a bad day. Yeah, there were more clouds than any real sun out there. But temperatures actually felt pretty nice. Take a look at the highs today across eastern Iowa and northwestern Illinois. Upper 60s, lower 70s. Just a few little raindrops that popped up near Macomb, Mount Pleasant, even around Burlington. But really nothing more than that. Currently in the Quad Cities, 66 degrees. And we expect those clouds to be really clearing out big time as we go through the next few hours, helping to cool off those temperatures even more. We'll tell you how cool those numbers will get coming up in just a few minutes. Angie?
All right, James, thank you. In other news tonight, it looks like the Kewanee Youth Center will be repurposed as a correctional facility. Local legislators made the announcement this afternoon. They received a letter from Governor Bruce Rauner, who pledged his commitment to the project. It was just last week that the state announced it's closing the center in July, meaning more than 200 people would lose their jobs. No word on how many jobs will be saved through this transition. An effort to fight lead paint contamination in the Quad Cities is getting congressional recognition. Today, Representative Sherry Bustos met with the leaders of a homegrown lead study. Augustana College and the Scott County Health Department want to track and monitor lead exposure in our area. Bustos says she hopes they'll be able to reach out to other colleges in our area, like Knox College in Galesburg, and expand the program.
I think he nailed it. I mean, this is a preventable problem. We know exactly what leads to lead in children's blood systems. We know how horrible it is to have lead in children's blood systems.
Researchers say the plan is more preventative than reactive, something Representative Bustos wants to see happen more in Illinois. Also today, U.S. Senator Dick Durbin joined the head of the TSA at O'Hare International Airport to look for ways to fix long security lines. Some people are having to wait nearly 3 hours to get through, and it's causing many people to miss their flights. With TSA staff cuts and more people flying, Durbin says some of the blame lies with lawmakers.
Some of the things that we have done in Congress to cap the number of screeners, to limit the resources available to this agency, are unfair. What happened at the airports in Chicago over the last several weeks is absolutely unacceptable.
Senator Durbin says one way to speed up lines is for people to register with TSA's pre-check program, which he says is a more efficient system. Well, you won't find long lines at the Quad City International Airport. About 2,000 travelers come through the airport every day, where the average wait time for security is a half hour. Quad City travelers say other places have been a bit of a mess.
We're going through Atlanta, and we actually had a text last night to arrive 2 to 3 hours early just to get through checkpoints. We might be safe, though, because we're going through internal checkpoints and not the main one, so fingers crossed we'll make our connection.
I've never seen lines like I had before at the airport, and they've got it all roped off all throughout the terminal.
Airport officials say the number of TSA agents working at a given time is decided between the TSA and the airlines. There's much more to come right here on WQAD News 8 at 9. Still ahead, tackling terrorism. How the 2016 presidential candidates say they plan to deal with terror attacks at home and abroad. And sharing the stage, the politician Donald Trump says he hopes will run against him as an independent. Your Voice, Your Vote headlines are next.
You are watching WQAD News 8 at 9 with Angie Sharp.
Thanks for testing our new car service today.
Of course.
Our service is a little bit different.
Okay.
We charge by the amount of gas consumed. Since we traveled 5.1 miles and this car offers an EPA estimated 37 miles per gallon highway, your total is 31 cents.
What?
22 cents.
I can pay you cash.
The all-new 2016 Chevy Malibu LT.
Qualified lessees can get this impressive all-new 2016 Chevy Malibu LT for around $199 a month.
Visit your select Chevy dealers today.
Planning a special event is crazy enough without having to worry about your arrangements. AAA Rents is the largest event rental service in eastern Iowa and western Illinois, and no one does it better. Only AAA rents tents, tables, chairs, tableware, decorating services, and more for parties from 10 to 10,000, all right here in the Quad Cities. For all your tents and events, inside or out, AAA Rents is amazing.
Locals love us.
From the essential to the helpful to the just plain fun, Kitchens in North Park Mall, Davenport has the utensils or gadgets you need to complete your culinary ensemble. Whether head chef or cooking at home, we have the kitchen tools you're looking for in our wide selection. Come see our newly open floor plan and enjoy our gourmet coffees while you shop. Kitchens has great gifts for family and friends, and that special something just for you. How did you ever get by without the gadgets from Kitchens in North Park Mall, Davenport?
Welcome back. It's time for Your Voice, Your Vote headlines. Tonight, Donald Trump is getting a major endorsement, and Hillary Clinton's husband is defending something about her. But first, some breaking national news that happened earlier today. Here's News 8's Christina Laurie. Christina?
Hi, Angie. Tensions were high this afternoon at the White House as a suspect carrying a gun was located on the property. The White House went on lockdown until the Secret Service shot the suspect once. He is now in custody. In a statement, the Secret Service says the man refused multiple orders to drop the weapon and was shot. He is in critical condition. President Barack Obama was not on White House property at the time of the shooting, but Vice President Joe Biden was. Meanwhile, Egypt's military is continuing to find wreckage from Egypt Air Flight 804 floating in the Mediterranean Sea. Talk about the plane and what happened to it has dominated the campaign trail for the past 24 hours. Donald Trump's first reaction to the plane's disappearance came early. On Twitter at 6:27 a.m. in the morning, he called it a terror attack. Hillary Clinton commented too after officials began saying terrorism was a working theory and did so by outlining her policy.
We have to have a concerted effort that brings to bear both domestic resources, sharing of intelligence, take a hard look at airport security.
Trump bashed Clinton's policy proposals, attacking Clinton for being too soft.
She won't use the term radical Islamic terrorism. You know why she won't? Because her president won't use it. That's why. If anybody thinks it wasn't blown out of the sky, you're 100% wrong, folks, okay?
A poll released by Fox News yesterday, but conducted before Egypt Air 804 disappeared, found that voters trusted Trump to do a better job than Clinton on terrorism, 52% to 40%. But the same group gave Clinton better marks on foreign policy, 52% to 42% in her favor. Trump nabbed a big endorsement today from the NRA. Chris Cox, an NRA lobbyist, made the announcement saying gun owners have to unite. He said there are 5 million NRA members across the country and tens of millions who support their mission. Trump called the endorsement a fantastic honor and promised to always stand up for the Second Amendment and get rid of gun-free zones. Trump also used the time to endorse another politician. Well, kind of.
I think Bernie should run as an independent, okay? Let him run. I do. I would love him to run as an independent. Then it would be the three of us on stage. I love that.
Meanwhile, Bill Clinton says he's not worried about Trump's latest attack on his wife, and the former president had a very interesting response to a reporter asking him to respond to Trump's comment that his wife is unfit to be president, and Sanders' frustration that she is unqualified. Here's the exchange.
Mr. President, can I ask you if you respond to Donald Trump saying your wife is unfit and unprepared to be president?
No.
Respond to that? Why not? Are you worried about these allegations too? The unanswered questions might impact your wife's campaign?
No.
You're not worried?
No, I trust the American people. It's obvious what's going on. I think they'll figure it out.
We end tonight with an amateur politician who's running for office. A Wisconsin candidate for state assembly won't be voting for himself, but that's because he's too young to vote at all. David Pelican is 17 years old. The high school junior plans to run for state assembly, trying to become the youngest legislator ever in Wisconsin. He won't be old enough to vote until a month after Election Day. But to serve in office, Wisconsin's constitution only requires that someone be 18 at the time of taking office. Pelican is running as an independent. Everyone that is 18 years of older on or before November 8th can vote this year. And that's only 171 days away, Angie.
Be here before we know it. Thank you, Christina. And still ahead here on WQAD News 8 at 9, a new view. NASA gets up close and personal with Mars, what they were able to see on its surface, and when it's going to appear closer than ever in the sky.
And we start bringing back some brighter skies as early as tomorrow. We'll tell you how long that stretch is going to last right after the break here on News 8 at 9.
Weber Auto Group invites you to a tribute to veterans, honoring all who served. Saturday, May 28th from noon till 4, all to raise funds for Jason's Box. There'll be live music, games and entertainment, a raffle, and free food and drinks. Your donation will go to Jason's Box, a local charity dedicated to improving the health and well-being of our military men and women. Don't miss the fun at Tribute to Veterans, hosted by Weber Auto Group, 101 First Avenue, Silvis.
It's a giant grocery giveaway. This is your chance to win a 90-second shopping spree.
Register this week at Aldi on Elmore in Davenport, NationServe, or register online at WQAD.com.
3 finalists get the chance to fill their carts with as many food items as they can in 90 seconds.
Winners are announced Tuesday during Good Morning Quad Cities and compete live on the air that same Friday. WQAD News 8's Grocery Giveaway, brought to you by NationServe and Aldi.
Everyone
Everyone deserves a vacation, especially when you're helping care for an elderly parent. Let Liberty Village Retirement Community help. Come talk to us about our short-term stays. You will truly relax knowing your mom and dad is staying with our caring 24/7 staff in our all-inclusive, home-like apartments. Enjoy numerous activities while making new friendships. They may even find a new permanent home. Call us today, Liberty Village Retirement Community, Geneseo, simply the finest in retirement lifestyles.
Hey, Courtney Hansen here with you for Endurance. If you're like me, you love your car, but even the best vehicles break down at some point. And when your car's warranty expires, you're gonna have to pay those repairs out of pocket. Can you believe what it costs to repair your car these days? I mean, look at these prices. I can think of so many things I would rather buy than a new fuel injector or transmission. Well, Endurance has a solution. With an Endurance Vehicle Protection Plan, we pay for your auto repairs. The parts, the labor, all of it's covered. With Endurance, you'll save thousands, and you get to choose the mechanic who repairs your car. Remember, insurance only covers you if you're in an accident, but that's just half the equation. Endurance is the other half, protecting you when your car breaks down. Insurance plus endurance equals total protection. That's my kind of math.
Protect yourself against the high cost of auto repairs with Endurance. Call right now for a free quote.
Now, meteorologist James Sahara and Storm Track 8 weather.
Well, we have a new portrait of Mars thanks to NASA's Hubble Space Telescope. The photo shows the red-orange landscape we're all used to seeing, but it also shows the blue skies and bright, frosty polar caps on the planet. On May 30th, Mars will move to the closest it has been to Earth in 11 years. It will only be 46.8 million miles away.
It'll be just southwest of the moon itself. The full moon. So that may help out a whole big time. Yeah. You know, even though skies have been cloudy throughout this evening, they're already clearing out very nicely from north to south. So may actually see a few stars overnight. That will be good news and a sure sign of what to expect heading into tomorrow as well. All is dry out there. A few little sprinkles that we had earlier in the day in areas just south of the Quad Cities, but all is looking pretty good around the area. Let's go to our satellite radar loop, and you can see how most of the moisture is really confined off to the east. I'm actually going to scoop my way, literally, and by the way, it was my ride was pimped, by the way. I was just on my bike. But you can see everything's looking pretty quiet out there. There's the wet weather just off to our east. And that's some good news. This area of low pressure is going to be drifting its way off to the northeast. And as it does, it's going to allow for some of that drier air from the north and west to slowly seep in. This will cause our skies to clear very quickly as we head later on tonight. In fact, by the time we get to early tomorrow morning around 5:30, we'll notice some of those clear skies around the area. A sure sign we're going to be seeing plenty of sunshine throughout the day, and with the winds fairly light, should be a dandy of a day out there with all that sunshine that will be expected across the area. Take a look at our forecast then for your hometown come your Saturday. Not too bad. Low to mid 70s that we see from Galena right through Muscatine, Sterling Rock Falls, Clinton. Look about 74 for your daytime high. South of the Quad Cities, low to mid 70s as well, ranging from 73 degrees in Princeton to as warm as 76 degrees in Mount Pleasant and Burlington. And in the Quad Cities, we're going to shoot for a high, I'll say, of at least 75 degrees. But once again, with not much wind and the air being dry, that temperature may feel a little bit warmer than that. So if you're going to be outdoors for a long period of time, you could get a quick sunburn. So make sure you got that sunscreen all ready to go come tomorrow. We'll continue with that warm air getting into Sunday. Numbers will be right around 80 degrees, and that's going to be a very common number for daytime highs as we head into next week. Here's our future track, and I'm going to move the clock all the way to Monday morning at 9 a.m. Scattered showers off to the west, but slowly inching his way eastward. Why? Because of the flow that's going to be coming right out of the south and west. That's going to be responsible for that warmth to continue on into all of next week. However, what's going to get caught in this flow is going to be some ripples of energy in the form of a shower, maybe a thunderstorm. Okay, and that's the chance we start seeing as early as Monday night going into most of next week. Good news here is what I see right now. There's going to be plenty of dry hours in between. So that will be some good news indeed. In fact, showing you where the earliest showers will be come next week will be just out to the west. Nothing really organized whatsoever, but I'm anticipating late that night going to early Tuesday morning seeing those showers across the area. And yeah, it's going to be something common going into next week. Evening clouds and some clearing, 49 for the overnight low. Then tomorrow, plenty of sun. Beauty of a day come tomorrow. High of around 75 degrees, 53 degrees a low that night. Then starting on Sunday, it's going to be numbers for highs right around 80 degrees. But as you can see, I'll move out of the way. Okay. And you see, we got numbers that will be right around 80 degrees for daytime highs. But you can see that chance for a little wet weather that will be taking place. A little concerned about later Thursday, Angie. That could be our next round of some severe weather. And yes, that was a Hello Kitty basket.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I didn't notice that before.
Very pretty.
Who got that for you?
I think I know who the culprits are, and I work with them too. You do too. We'll get into that later.
Well, it's great to have you back. We
Thanks,
missed you. I thought I was going to have to do the weather at one point, so we're glad you're back. Well, still ahead on WQAD News 8 at 9, Box Office Bonanza, the new films hitting theaters and which ones are expected to pull in the most money. And skipping class, why not getting a college diploma may actually be helping the economy. Your business headlines are coming up.
Come home to Candlelight Inn, located in Sterling, Rock Falls, and Clinton. Whether you delight in our mouth-watering starters, delicious dinners, or our home-style meals, Candlelight Inn serves it up fresh every day. Try our delicious original or buffalo-style Chicken George, the hand-dipped delicacy that everyone is talking about. The secret's out. Fresh, quality, comfort food from Candlelight Inn, with 3 locations to serve your appetite: Sterling, Rock Falls, and Clinton.
Mom's here, get ready.
Hey, looks great in here, guys.
Thanks, honey. Remember, this is just between you and me.
Enjoy your free time. Do what matters most. From everyday surface cleaning to deep cleaning, Dustbusters does it all. Dustbusters is bonded, insured, honest, thorough, and dependable. We strive for the best at Dustbusters Cleaning Services. Whether residential or commercial, call us for a free estimate or find us online at dustbusterscs.com. Who you gonna call?
Storm damage to your home turns your world upside down. So when disaster strikes, what do? Call Midwest Complete Construction. We're here to help make repairing your home easy on you. We work with you and your insurance company. We'll be at your home within a day, walk you through the process, and stay with you from beginning to end. Call us to check for storm damage and for your free assessment. Midwest Complete Construction, building relationships one home at a time.
Welcome back. In your business headlines tonight, we're ending the week on a high note. Wall Street is saying fry-yay with all 3 indexes up. The Dow is now back in positive territory for the year, ending the day up 65 points. The Nasdaq up 57 points. The S&P 500 up 12 points. Local stocks are mixed, though. Alcoa is down a penny, Caterpillar is up 44 cents, and Deere is down, way down, $4.51. The reason, second quarter earnings. The report came out today, and it shows another drop in sales. Company officials say it's due to a global farm recession and weak construction equipment market. Going up, credit card debt. In the U.S., it's closing in on the $1 trillion mark for the first time in nearly 8 years. The record is $1.02 trillion, which was reached in 2008 before the financial crisis. Experts blame the growth on people being more okay with having debt, as well as banks pushing customers to use their credit cards. At the same time, more people are skipping college, and some experts say that's good news for the economy. Enrollment in the U.S. has dropped from its peak in 2010 by more than 812,000 students. The U.S. Undersecretary of Education says historically, as the economy improves and more Americans get back to work, college enrollment declines. The side of a box and the back of a bag is about to look a lot different. The FDA has approved a new label for the nutrition information on 800,000 food products nationwide. It's the first change in 20 years. Calories, as you can see, are now bigger and bolder. There's also a new sugar section that tells you how much sugar has been added by the manufacturer. And the serving sizes are a little bit more realistic. For example, whether you're drinking a 12 or 20 ounce can of soda, the label now sees that drink as one single serving. New Zika news tonight. The number of pregnant women in the U.S. who have the virus has more than tripled. 157 now have it. And since it could cause significant birth defects, the president is asking for more money to fight it. He's urging lawmakers to approve $1.9 billion. So far, the Senate and House have only agreed to grant a portion of that money. The bathroom bill is causing some more controversy. Today, Maroon 5 canceled 2 fall concerts in North Carolina. The band says it was a difficult decision, but they say they had to do what's right and stand up for equality. This follows a string of other performers who've pulled the plug, including Bruce Springsteen, Ringo Starr, and Pearl Jam. From music to the movies now. At the box office this weekend, a flock of angry birds, 2 nice guys, and a sorority will do battle with Captain America. Here's Rick Damangella with a sneak peek.
I don't think I have an anger issue. I think you got an anger issue.
Forget Team Iron Man. Captain America has to combat irritable avians this weekend. The Angry Birds movie not only has a multi-million-dollar marketing budget behind it, but also worldwide brand recognition from the over 3 billion downloads of the mobile app it's based on. It's already made $43 million overseas, and box office pros forecasters are pegging the birds to line their nest with approximately $39 million in their domestic opening. This could be enough to defeat Captain America Civil War, depending on its third-week sales drop.
Someone help me!
Get out of here, animals!
This isn't working! You're only making them sexier!
Seth Rogen and the Sisters of Kapanuu won't be far behind, though. Neighbors 2 Sorority Rising opened early internationally as well, with Variety prognosticating a $35 million domestic opening for the comedy sequel. Its 2014 predecessor opened at $49 million and went on to gross over $150 million domestically.
Seen this girl? What's in it for me? Oh, we can do this the easy way.
The Nice Guys won't finish last, but they won't beat this week's other new releases either. Variety says the movie, which opens on fewer screens and carries an R rating, may debut in the $10 million range. In Hollywood, I'm Rick Damangella.
And coming up on WQAD News 8 at 9, spider scare. A meteorologist, not James, thankfully, was in for a scare when a spider popped up on the green screen. We'll show you what happened next, right after this.
I don't know if you know this, but Illinois leads the country in dog bite insurance claims.
Don't be that guy.
Carrying too many things can lead to a slip and fall.
Don't be that guy.
Careful! Home injuries are serious when falling from a ladder.
Don't be that guy. Insure with us. Be safe one place. HCI Insurance, an independent agent representing auto owners insurance.
Your summer of exciting family fun on the water begins in your new boat from Ted's Boatorama. Family owned and operated for over 57 years. With 5 acres of boats and the largest accessories and parts department in the Midwest. We feature Tracker, Sun Tracker, Tahoe, and Nitro boats. From fishing to skiing to pontooning, Ted's and Tracker creates family fun. Come to Ted's Boatorama in Rock Island, your authorized Tracker dealer. Come to Ted's Boatorama, Boatorama, Ted's Boatorama, Boatorama.
I'm your spokesperson. This is an important message for anyone who took the prescription drug Xarelto or Pradaxa and had a serious bleeding event. If you or a loved one took Xarelto or Pradaxa and suffered from a serious bleeding event,
call 800-219-2038 immediately.
Xarelto and Pradaxa have been linked to serious internal bleeding, stroke, and death.
Call 800-219-2038 immediately.
You may be entitled to compensation. Call now for a free consultation.
Harold's Furniture has something for every room.
So wait no more. Come in today and see all the great deals Harold's Furniture has to offer. They have everything you need to create new and exciting looks to any room in your home. What better way to spend your income tax refund than with beautiful